Good morning, everyone. I'm Charles Allen, Ward 6 Councilmember and Chair of the Council's Committee on Transportation and the Environment. Today is Monday, May 4th, 2026, and we are convening in person in room 120 of the John A. Wilson Building, as well as virtually over the Zoom platform. The time is now 9:36 a.m., and I'm calling to order this budget oversight hearing of the committee. Today, we're going to hear from government witnesses regarding the mayor's FY 2027 proposed budget for the Department of Energy and Environment and the DC Sustainable Energy Utility. The Department of Energy and Environment, or DOEE, is the district's leading agency for energy and environmental issues. The agency's mission is to improve the quality of life for residents of the district by protecting and restoring the environment, conserving natural resources, mitigating pollution, increasing access to clean energy, and educating the public on achieving a sustainable future. DOEE has wide-ranging responsibilities, including enforcing environmental regulations, wildlife management, developing energy policies, issuing permits, and providing funding, technical assistance, and information to residents and businesses in the district. The mayor's proposed FY 27 operating budget for DOEE is $181.5 million, representing a 28.6% decrease from the FY 26 approved budget of $254 million. The DOEE FY 27 proposed budget includes a $2 million reduction in local funds and a $19.4 million decrease in special purpose revenue funds. DOE's capital budget for FY 27 is $30.4 million. It is about a 60% increase from the previous year, primarily for the Anacostia Sediment Project and ongoing cleanup of several other sites along the Anacostia. DCSEU's, the DC Sustainable Energy Utilities mission, is to help residents, businesses, and institutions in the district achieve energy efficiency, reduce their energy consumption, the mic's not as loud, reducing their energy consumption and increase their use of clean and renewable energy sources. DCSEU offers a range of programs and services, including rebates, incentives, technical assistance, and education to support energy conservation and sustainability efforts across the city. DCSEU is funded from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, a special purpose revenue fund managed by DOEE. While DCSEU's funding is contingent on how DOEE manages their contract and Sustainable Energy Trust Fund, it's highly likely DCSEU's capacity will be significantly reduced based on the cuts to the SETF this year. While today's hearing will focus on government witnesses, please note the committee will be accepting written testimony from the public until the close of business on May 15th, 2026, and individuals are encouraged to submit testimony through the council's hearing management system, which can be found on the council's website at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. With that, we're going to turn to our panel of government witnesses. We're going to start with DCSEU, then we'll turn to DOEE. For Mr. Burdick, what I'm going to do is, after your testimony, I'll probably start with DCSEU questions. Since I have a lot more for DOEE, we'll go through DCSEU, and then once we wrap that up, if you'd like to step away, you certainly can, and then we'll focus in with Director Jackson for the next 48 hours. All right, first though, I'm going to give you a quick oath. Committee Rule 603 requires government witnesses testify under oath. So if you please raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give to the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. All right, let me turn it over to you for your testimony, and then we will turn to questions after that.
Good morning, Chair Allen, members of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment, and staff. My name is Ben Burdick, and I'm the Managing Director of the DC Sustainable Energy Utility, or DCSEU. Appreciate the opportunity to testify today on the DCSEU's proposed FY 2027 budget. As with previous years, I want to begin by thanking this committee and Chair Allen for its continued leadership on clean energy, climate action, and affordability for district residents. The committee's support, particularly during challenging budget cycles, has enabled the DCSEU to deliver significant benefits to residents, businesses, and the district as a whole. I also want to thank Director Jackson and the entire DOE team for their hard work and partnership, and thank the DCSEU Advisory Board for their support, guidance, and for continuing to push the DCSEU to innovate, evaluate how we support the achievement of the district's clean energy and climate goals, while also saving district residents and businesses money on their energy bills. We understand that the district is facing a challenging fiscal environment and that the mayor and council must make difficult decisions. We recognize that no agency or program is immune from this, and that prioritization is required across all areas of government. We appreciate the opportunity to support council with information as they make these decisions and the need to balance immediate budget constraints with the district's long-term policy goals. In that context, we again want to express our sincere appreciation for efforts last year and in previous budget cycles to continue funding DCSEU programs. That support, including the addition of funding through the Healthy Homes Act, has allowed the DCSEU to expand electrification efforts, reduce energy burdens, and improve comfort and health outcomes for DC residents and businesses. These investments have delivered real lasting energy cost savings to households, which are especially important for those with limited incomes. Over the past 3 years, the DCSU has experienced significant budget volatility, including reductions that have required difficult operational adjustments. In FY 2024, we felt the impacts of a mid-year $14.5 million reduction that affected Solar for All and related low-income retrofit and electrification programs. In FY 2025, continued budget uncertainty required DOE and the DCSU to reconfigure and adjust budgets with limited ability to scale offerings as planned. In FY 2026, funding available from the Sustainable Energy Trust Fund at the beginning of the year was $24.6 million, supplemented by approximately $11 million in Federal Inflation Reduction Act funds. Under the proposed FY 2027 budget, SETF funding would be reduced to levels comparable to those last seen in FY 2012, a 50% reduction over FY 2026. This proposed reduction comes at a time when demand for DCSU services remains high and when residents are increasingly concerned about utility affordability. As this committee is aware, PJM wholesale electricity prices have jumped 54% since 2024. Energy affordability is a growing district-wide concern. Many households are facing higher energy burdens as bills fluctuate with seasonal heating and cooling needs, changes in energy supply costs, and the reality that much of the district's housing stock, especially older row homes and multifamily buildings, were not built to modern efficiency standards. For residents on fixed or limited incomes, even modest bill increases can force difficult trade-offs between paying for electricity or gas and covering essentials like food, transportation, and medicine. At a moment when utility costs are top of mind for residents and businesses, it's important to underscore that the DCSU's programs deliver proven results. Despite significant population growth, the district's overall electricity demand in 2024 was lower than it was in 2015, an outcome driven in large part by sustained investments in energy efficiency, building energy performance standards, energy codes, and green financing. Nationally recognized analyses, such as those highlighted in a February 2026 report from ACEEE, consistently show that energy efficiency costs substantially less per megawatt hour than new natural gas generation, while also avoiding greenhouse gas emissions and price volatility. As we stated in our FY 2025 performance oversight testimony, we believe the DCSU is the only organization with a mandate solely dedicated to energy affordability in the district. This is one of the core reasons the DCSU exists, to serve as the district's one-stop performance-based provider of energy efficiency and renewable energy programs to help residents and businesses reduce energy use and save money while advancing DC's clean energy and climate goals. This year, the DCSU celebrates 15 years of dedicated service to the district. Over that period, each dollar invested through the DCSU has generated approximately $6 in lifetime energy cost savings for DC residents and businesses, savings that stay in local pockets and circulate in the local economy. Solar for All is a particularly strong example of this impact. Since FY 2019, the program has supported more than 840 single-family rooftop solar installations at no cost to residents, over 230 community renewable energy facilities or CREFs, delivering enough solar generation to serve more than 10,000 income-qualified households. And those are located throughout the district: 105 CREFs in Ward 7, 58 in Ward 8, 25 in Ward 5, 10 in Ward 6, 18 in Ward 4, and it goes on from there. And that ensures equitable access to clean energy benefits. In total, single-family and community solar installations will drive more than $80 million in lifetime cost savings for income-qualified families. While we are working closely with DOE to determine how programming will be adjusted under the proposed budget, the magnitude of the cuts makes it clear that impacts will be significant. First, every dollar not invested through DCSU programs represents lost opportunity. On average, a reduction of $1 million in the DCSU budget results in approximately $6.3 million in lost lifetime energy cost savings, roughly 38,000 metric tons of foregone lifetime greenhouse gas emissions reductions, fewer green jobs for district residents. Last year, DCSU program supported more than 90 FTEs. Reduced investments in certified business enterprises. The DCSU spent $8.1 million with CBEs in FY 2025. And reduced investments in low and moderate income communities, which totaled approximately $9 million in FY 2025. The DCSU is a performance-based contract designed to drive measurable environmental and economic impacts. A reduction of the size in the proposed budget will require difficult choices from DOE on prioritizing programs while balancing meaningful reductions in energy consumption and GHG emissions. These reductions directly affect DC residents employed by the DCSU. More than 60% of the DCSU team members are district residents. These are individuals dedicated to the mission of the DCSU with years of experience designing, implementing, and evaluating these programs. partnering with local contractors and DC-based nonprofit organizations, and serving our customers. While DOE has been an incredibly supportive partner over the past 2 years in helping maintain organizational capacity through budget volatility, at the proposed funding level, staffing reductions would be inevitable, and we estimate that we would lose at least 6 to 8 full-time equivalent DC-based positions. Third, through the Federal Inflation Reduction Act, though the Federal Inflation Reduction Act funding does remain available, local funding is essential to meaningfully leverage those dollars, particularly through programs like the Affordable Home Electrification Program, or AHEP. Without adequate local match and administrative capacity, the district risks leaving federal resources on the table and reducing the number of electrification projects the DCSU can complete. Fourth, the DCSU's work on the Solar for All program would be jeopardized at the proposed funding level. The DCSU works with local solar developers and installers, many of them CBEs, to build solar for all single-family and community solar installations, driving local economic development and jobs. In previous fiscal years, the DCSU has worked with local installers to deliver more than 100 single-family installations each year at no cost to customers that deliver more than $500 in electricity savings per year for about 20 years, or for 20 years, excuse me. Currently, Solar for All Community Solar is fully subscribed by income-qualified families. While we expect to deliver approximately 1.6 megawatts of new community renewable energy facilities before the end of FY26, which will serve an additional 450 income-qualified families, not adding community solar capacity in FY 2027 would limit another tool that can be utilized to help income-qualified families lower their monthly electric costs and pair with electrification efforts. On average, delaying solar deployment results in an opportunity cost of up to $3.2 to $3.4 million per megawatt of installed capacity over 5 years. Driven by lost energy and avoided delivery costs and foregone SREC values. These are benefits that can't be recaptured once lost. Finally, the proposed funding level puts the DCSU's workforce development program at risk. This program has graduated more than 300 district residents and provides 4 to 5 month externships at DC's living wage that help participants build experience, earn industry-recognized skills, and transition into clean energy careers. In practical terms, these cuts would weaken the local pipeline of qualified workers for energy efficiency, electrification, and solar work, slowing project delivery and reducing economic opportunity for DC residents. Reduced funding may limit our ability to continue operating this program in FY27. In closing, we want to reiterate our appreciation for this committee's continued leadership and for DOE's partnership as our client for the past 15 years. We believe deeply in the DCSU's mission, in the measurable and equitable impacts we deliver, and in the strong track record of these investments in advancing long-term affordability, resilience, and value for the district. Just as important, we want to underscore the critical role of the SCTF in making this work possible. Consistent availability, predictability, and protection of these funds each year ensures that energy efficiency and clean energy incentives remain reliable and accessible, and savings can be delivered through lower utility costs across the district through DOEE, the DCSU, and the DC Green Bank. Given the complexity and time required to plan and execute some of these projects, which often span multiple fiscal years, this is especially important as the DCSU works to deliver deeper energy savings and building electrification to residential, multifamily, and commercial properties across the district. We look forward to continuing this work in FY 2027 and to working with the council and the administration to preserve programs that deliver lasting benefits to DC residents. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Burdick. Director Jackson, I'll turn to you now. And Director, if you would, I know you've got other folks with you, so if you'll just make sure you introduce them so that way it's clear for the record too. Director Jackson, there we go.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
There we go. We got you now.
So to my right is my Senior Deputy Director right now, Mr. Michael Summersall. Morning. And he did a bulk of putting the budget together for the agency, so that's why he'll be my first go-to. And then as other deputies come on board, we'll introduce those. Before I start my actual testimony, I first want to just thank my team that are here today. Thank my team back at the agency. Again, a lot of what we do, a lot of what is being presented today is all because of the work that my team has done. And I'm very proud and just want to give them thanks first of all. Again, thanking my deputies for being here today with me to support our budget that we put together over this past year. And look forward to having this testimony. I also want to thank all the public witnesses from Friday that came in to express their concerns and support for the issues that were brought to them and the programs that we have at the agency. Just the time that they invested on Friday was thankful to them for that and thankful for you being there to hear it. A couple of special shout outs from Saturday. So again, thanks to Javier that came in and stole the show from everybody on Friday. So I really appreciate his testimony. Mr. Jamal Lewis, who gave us some stats on DCSEU Executive Board and the savings there, was very insightful. I learned a lot more about city wildlife than I had in the past. Mr. Matt Broad brought up some stuff about food purchasing, which was very important to highlight as well. So I appreciated his time. And Mr. Jim Mansama, who's always been a key player in the DC environmental community, and I just want to thank him. And then for Chris Weiss, who's here today, who has brought great leadership for the DC Environmental Network, and I just appreciate the interaction and support that he's given to DOEE and just the environment for the district. So I just want to thank all of you for Friday and for today. So with that, good morning, Councilmember Allen and members of the Committee on Transportation and Environment. I'm Richard Jackson, Director of the Department of Energy and Environment, referred to as DOEE. I'm pleased to appear before the committee today to provide testimony on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser on the proposed budget for the department for fiscal year FY27. Mayor Bowser's proposed FY27 budget, Grow DC, was formulated with three key considerations in mind: how to drive growth in our economy, to fund the services and programs residents count on, how to keep families in DC and attract new residents, and how to create a business environment that draws new investments and create new jobs. We're navigating a pivotal moment that demands a more deliberate approach to growth. The federal dollars that once expanded our programs in unprecedented ways have been exhausted, and federal workforce reductions have introduced new pressures on our economy and commercial corridors. Revenues have slowed, but the city maintains a strong financial foundation on which we can build by making the kinds of strategic and targeted decisions that will allow DC to continue growing while delivering the high-quality services our residents depend on. Our agency's budget is but one part of that overall strategy. DOE's total proposed operating budget for FY27 is just over $181 million. These funds come from four sources: $89 million in federal funding, which represents about 49% of our budget; $69 million in special purpose revenue funds, which represents another 38%; $17.4 million in local funds, which is about 9% or 10% of our budget; and then $5.1 million in private grant funds, which is our Volkswagen money. The biggest change in our budget in FY27 compared to the current approved FY26 budget is a reduction of more than $51 million in federal funds. At this time last year, I told the committee that there was a significant risk and uncertainty around some of our federal grants, given shifts in federal priorities. Our FY27 budget reflects the reality that funds for several grants that we had hoped would be available are unlikely to be. In particular, the greenhouse gas reduction remains frozen both for DC and for other states that have been awarded funding. The charging and fueling infrastructure grant has also been paused, and the rail safety grant we applied for has not been awarded. While we continue to look for ways to unlock funding opportunities from the federal government and other sources, a realistic budget needs to include reasonably anticipated revenue. We can and will revisit this if federal funding landscape changes again. I will now provide an overview of our priorities and activities in FY27 that are funded in the mayor's budget. As I go through this overview, I will also highlight several important legislative and policy proposals included within the Budget Support Act that accompanies this budget. For his administration, as I mentioned, the loss and availability of federal funding significantly impacts the Energy Administration's budget. Reductions in special purpose revenue fund balances also reduce program capacity. Nevertheless, with this budget, we are able to maintain my core commitment that current talent will be reserved as we look for ways to improve our program's efficiency and effectiveness. In FY27, we will continue to work with the Public Safety Commission and with PEPCO to reform the interconnection process and make it easier and cheaper for residents to go solar. The mayor budget also provides funding to the DC Green Bank to expand access to green financing solutions and leverage additional private capital for DC businesses and institutions to build new solar energy generating projects and electrifying existing buildings. The Budget Support Act includes several provisions that advance the district's energy policy, especially to address growing affordability challenges in the face of increasing utility bills. The first I will highlight, in an effort to rein in predatory practices by bad actors in our retail energy market, deals DOEE's research found that residential customers of retail electricity suppliers paid on average 70 to 80% more for their supply of electricity with a third-party supplier than they would have on a Pepco default service. Contract terms are often confusing and marketing tactics can be outright deceptive. With the support of the mayor, DOE has taken the lead in drafting legislation to address this in conjunction with partner agencies and the PSC. The proposed BSA subtitle requires the PSC to set a price cap for third-party suppliers of both electricity and natural gas, require that standard contract terms be published, and prohibit early terminations. The BSA also includes provision to support the continued electrification of transportation in the district. These include the extension of tax credits for private electric vehicle charging stations and converting vehicles from fossil fuel to clean energy, and a new property tax exemption to incentivize the installation of publicly available EV chargers. The FY27 BSA subtitle related to our Building Energy Performance Standards, or BEPS, is a strategic shift in starting the second cycle of that program. This will provide DOE with the time we need to learn from the successful completion of the first cycle and adapt as we move into the second. Building on the 13% drop in energy use that we have seen from 2019 to 2024, driving annual savings of $40 million, DOE is creating more flexible compliance options for owners that are in challenging circumstances. The year added between cycles will allow DOE to fully implement these flexible options, administer enforcement actions where necessary, and develop the new trajectory compliance pathways options for cycle 2. With regards to Environmental Services Administration, in FY27, DOE intends to use $11.75 million in capital funds from the Pepco settlement to continue implementing the Anacostia River Settlement Project. DOE expects to begin in-river operations and complete remedial actions in some key areas after securing an appropriate laydown area for processing sediment dredged from the bottom of the Anacostia River. DOE remains committed to maximizing air quality benefits and related health outcomes throughout the district. In FY27, we will continue to use capital funds to operate the low-cost air quality sensors that are being installed at charter schools, libraries, and other select locations throughout the district. Additional, DOE will replace a 2-decade-old trailer at its flagship air monitoring station at the McMillan Reservoir to ensure the longevity of monitoring air pollution at this key location. DOE will continue to provide funding using Volkswagen settlement funds and Federal Diesel Emission Reduction Act grants to electrify or reduce emissions from heavy-duty vehicles, including shuttle buses, in particular through a new rebate program mechanism in partnership with DCSEU. Our Lead Safe and Healthy Housing divisions continue to issue licenses and conduct audits of activities related to mold, asbestos, and lead abatement jobs throughout the district. Additionally, this division issues licenses and certifies professionals to conduct lead and mold assessments and remediation activities. The division also maintains oversight of radon testing in homes and drinking water testing for lead in licensed child development facilities in the district. DOE's Rail Safety and Emergency Response Program will continue its monitoring and inspection activities throughout the district freight rail corridor, and with a focus on hazmat and motive power and equipment inspections. For our Natural Resources Division, DOE's FY27 budget restored the grant that funds work to monitor and maintain 8 trash traps to keep trash out of the Anacostia River. This grant program is also an important workforce development effort and one that educates district residents about pollution that impairs the district's water bodies. The FY27 budget also expands the agency's work on and around Kingman and Heritage Island by providing $750,000 to develop and implement a restoration plan for the forest buffer between the island and RFK Stadium. The funding will allow the agency to manage invasive plants and plant native trees, shrubs, and flowers to restore habitat and create a beautiful and inviting riverfront for visitors and residents alike. DOE will continue to develop designs for the environmental education facilities at Kingman Island and will complete the designs for wetland restoration work in Kingman Lake. The FY27 budget also continues to support the Kingman Island Ranger Program, which employs 11 district residents facing barriers to employment, seasonal year-round, to perform park maintenance and visitor safety and education work. With all the work we're doing in Heritage and Kingman Islands, this year's Budget Support Act also looks ahead to a time when we will need to establish a stronger framework for managing demand for the use of those natural resources and facilities. The BSA includes a provision that clarifies DOE's authorities to establish fees for permanent events and other activities on the island. DOE will begin and continue construction of capital projects, including two stream restoration efforts and several low-impact development retrofits. The Stickfoot Branch Stream Restoration Project, which will restore approximately 1,000 feet of degraded stream in Southeast, will be completed in FY '27. The agency will begin construction on the Fort DuPont Stream Restoration Project, also in Southeast, which will restore approximately 3.5 miles of stream. Both streams drain to the Anacostia River. Finally, DOE will design and construct approximately 6 low-impact development retrofit projects on district park and school facilities throughout the city. These projects not only reduce stormwater pollution, but also educate students and the public about stormwater and its impact on the health of district waterways. In FY '27, the agency will also move forward with several capital restoration projects that are currently being designed, including the restoration of eroded stormwater outfalls in Rock Creek Park, a wetland restoration in Kenilworth Park on the banks of the Anacostia River, upgrades of stormwater management facilities around Fort Lincoln, and stream restoration projects in Pinehurst Branch in Northwest and Oxen Run in Southeast. The Oxen Run and Pinehurst Branch restoration projects will ultimately restore habitat and water quality in 4.3 miles of the greatest stream in the district while creating amenities for district residents. For Urban Sustainability Administration in FY '27, we look forward to administering the Small and Accessible Sustainable Grant Program again, which provides small grants to support urban agriculture, as well as donation and reuse. DOE expects to award approximately 7 small grants ranging from $5,000 to $15,000 each. These grants allow DOE to fund community-based projects that may otherwise have difficulty competing for government funding. In addition to the small and accessible sustainable grants, the Office of Urban Agriculture will continue to advance urban agriculture as a means to address food insecurities, build resilient communities, and offer meaningful jobs. The Urban Farm Tax Abatement Program anticipates awarding tax abatement at the maximum $90,000 program limit, $90,000 program limit, which it has done each year since the start of 2024. At the same time, USDA's specialty crop block grant annual award will increase by roughly $40,000 for FY '27, totaling approximately $263,000 for sub-awardees. The annual Rooting DC event will continue to connect, educate, and support roughly 1,000 urban growers. To enhance the resilience of both our communities and our own infrastructure, we will continue our partnership with HSEMA and other agency partners to build a climate-ready DC by planning to meet the challenges of extreme heat and flooding. Using updated tools, including mapping on heat exposure and sensitivity, we will continue our work to enhance resilience for residents and communities, supporting partner agencies like DDOT and DPR, and implementing solutions such as cool corridors and streets, green infrastructure, and resilient parks. DOE's environmentally preferable products and services, or EPS, staff will continue coordinating with OCP on the phased rollout of a certified system facilitating DOE's integrated review of contracts over $100,000 for compliance with EPS specifications as required by the Green Food Purchasing Amendment Act. By the end of FY '27, DOE plans to have 7 agencies participating in the pilot. The FY '27 Budget Support Act also includes a legislative provision that would extend the deadline for the district to adopt a net zero energy code for buildings. While this subtitle more directly affects the Department of Buildings, which is the lead agency for this effort, I mention it here because DOE is an important partner in that work. The proposed deadline extension reflects the reality of where we are in the process. To avoid abrupt transitions in the regulatory environment, it is essential that we allow for additional time to complete the work in a way that allows the building industry and other stakeholders to provide meaningful input into the proposed new code. Utility Affordability Administration. The proposed FY '27 budget for the Utility Discount Program will continue to serve district residents through discounts via Pepco's electric bill discount program and Washington Gas Bill's discount program. These programs enable district residents to lower their overall household energy burden. The proposed budget for the Clean Rivers Impervious Area Charge, or CREAC relief program, will continue to serve district residents by providing approved income-eligible district residents with discounts on their DC water bills. In FY '27, our weatherization programs includes continued funding for energy efficiency services that reduce household energy burdens for low-income residents. Excuse me. The proposed FY 27 budget for the lead reduction program includes funding that advances DOE's mission to create safe, healthy homes by mitigating lead hazards for families with young children while strengthening compliance with HUD and DOE lead safety requirements to improve long-term health outcomes. DOE's proposed budget for the separate lead pipe replacement payment assistance program, LPRAP, includes funding that supports our partnership with DC Water to replace hazardous lead service lines, reducing long-term lead exposure risk and improving public health outcomes for households across the district. And then with regards to Operations Service Administration, DOE's Workforce Development Strategy Plan has improved coordination among its programs, prompted fruitful conversations with employers about their needs, and enhanced interagency collaboration to assess quality data on green job labor projections. Later in FY 26, DOE will publish a Green Pathways microsite to highlight green career pathways, DOE's education and workforce programs, and case studies of successful participants. In FY 27, DOE will produce a Green Jobs report summarizing the findings of the strategic plan and opportunities for improved and new programs. In partnership with the University of District of Columbia, DOE is establishing research partnerships to support student postgraduate opportunities, and DOE anticipates further strengthening those partnerships in FY 27. Additionally, DOE is supporting youth leadership development via outdoor education experiences at the Department of Youth Rehabilitation Services, Oasis Reserve, with future plans to establish an adult workforce development program, training DC residents in green building trades through rehabilitating buildings on the Laurel campus. DOE's budget, like many other agencies, includes several special purpose revenue funds, SPRs. As this term suggests, SPR funds are established by law for a special purpose meant to be accounted for separately than the district general fund. Often there are dedicated revenue streams from federal funders, fees and fines on regulated entities, or surcharges on utility bills that are dedicated to fund several of our programs. I know this committee is aware that DOE oversees a much larger portfolio of these SPR funds than perhaps any other agency. When the FY 26 budget was adopted last year, it included provisions, some of those SPR funds that, if left unaddressed, could have significantly impacted program operations. In some cases, federal requirements regarding the use of program income were at stake. In consultation with the mayor's team and our federal funding partners, this year's BSA support acts include legal changes to address these issues, along with other provisions that will allow us to maintain the integrity of several of our SPR funds year over year. In conclusion, we appreciate the opportunity to share our work plan for the coming year and look forward to continue to work with the committee. This concludes my testimony. My team and I are happy to address your questions.
Thank you very much. As I mentioned, what I'm probably do is start Mr. Burdick with a couple of DCSEU questions. I'll go through that, and then essentially I'll transition over to DOEE questions. And if you want to step away at that point, I'll let you know. Please feel free. So Mr. Burdick, in your testimony, kind of said DCSEUs created with the goals of driving green jobs and economic growth while continuing to make the district a greener and cleaner place. DCSEU has created billions, that's a B, billions of lifetime savings for district residents. What are some of the most important strategies that the DCSEU uses to reduce energy demand and utility bills for district residents?
Thank you very much. I think over the last 15 years, we've seen the tried and true results of traditional energy efficiency. So lighting, HVAC across the board. And I think as codes have gotten more stringent, as technologies have improved, the ability to achieve energy savings through traditional energy efficiency will continue to will continue to change. But I think that tried and true energy efficiency continues to work. So everything from simple things to no and low cost measures for everyone, for businesses, for residents, for LMI residents, for everybody, is a very effective strategy. Just being mindful of the energy you use. Helping folks adopt new technologies. So I think our rebates and incentives help with that upfront cost. Often there are folks, businesses and your typical resident may have some dollars to invest in those. For our LMI residents and those that own and operate LMI housing, that upfront cost is often more. So we're able to balance our portfolio in terms of what we're able to invest. Obviously, our goals dictate that we need to invest a certain amount of dollars in LMI communities. So our rebates and incentives are tremendously helpful. And then, renewable energy as well through the Solar for All program. As we have looked to meet the district's clean energy and climate goals, and we've shifted towards electrification in partnership with DOEE, ensuring that renewable energy is available, especially to LMI residents, as we help them electrify as well, has also been a really important strategy just to ensure that overall energy costs are not going to increase. Hopefully they'll go down. Hopefully they'll go down significantly with solar as they adopt that more efficient electric technology. So a variety of different ways that we approach that, but tried and true energy efficiency will continue to be something that I think is effective across the board.
Yeah. All right. Great. Thank you. Let me move into some specifics about the SETF funding. I think your testimony is very diplomatic. Your written testimony. Appreciate that. Talking about the challenges faced by the district and the difficult budget decisions that are in front of the council and the mayor. However, the continued cuts to SETF for the last 3 years cannot be described as just belt tightening measures. These are direct choices that the mayor is making. It's not belt tightening. These are choices. The mayor has taken very aggressive steps to cover budget gaps in other parts of the city's budget by harming DC residents and the work of these agencies rather than look for other options and solutions. There is no other agency in all of government with a nearly 50% reduction in the last 2 years. It is a deliberate choice. And every dollar that's removed from the SETF by the mayor, the district's effectively raising utility costs by $6 in the long term. And again, I want to make sure the public understands it's not like the SETF costs were reduced. So we're still taking people's money. We're just not spending it on the things we told them we were going to be spending it on. So to that end, what is the expected contribution from the SETF for the fiscal year we're in right now, FY26?
For this year, we started the year with $24.6 million in SETF funds. That's increased slightly through some contract modifications that DOE was able to make a few additional dollars available to keep some of our programs operating to provide some backstop, but $24.6 million at the beginning of FY26.
Okay. And then for FY27 in this proposed budget, what would that go down to?
Right now, 12 million is what we have been provided in terms of what would be available from the SETF.
For FY27?
For FY27, correct.
And then in FY28?
Uncertain on FY28 at this point. We are in terms of what we know, because ultimately our contract ends at the end of FY26. As you know, council authorized DOEE to extend that contract or offer an option year into FY 2027. So in terms of FY 2028, what would be available from the SETF, I would definitely defer to DOE in terms of total dollars.
Okay. And when we set the contract, what is the impact for workforce, for hiring, for planning? So if there's a 50% reduction into FY27, and that's the base contract year, what's the impact of that on the DCSEU, on staff, on workforce, on the ability to deliver?
I think, working with DOEE, first and foremost, programmatically, we would have to take a hard look at what programs would need to be prioritized and what programs we would not necessarily be able to move forward with. In my testimony,
Being very diplomatic, not necessarily move forward with. If
we would not be able to
50% reduction, I think you just got to say it.
Yeah.
You're having to decide, what are you not doing?
Yes, we're having to decide what we're not doing in partnership with DOE for programmatically, and those will be hard choices. I think in terms of our staffing, I don't think there's a way that we would avoid significant cuts to FTEs to our staff.
Okay. And what about, one of the things the SEU does really well also is helping create new green jobs, workforce training. Is that going to be impacted?
I believe our workforce development program would definitely be impacted. Again, I think balancing out which programs we would be able to operate versus those we wouldn't be able to operate, we would obviously want to work very closely with DOEE to prioritize. But yes, workforce development would be impacted by that, whether we'd be able to run that program or not.
Okay.
I think the last point I would make too is just that The SCTF dollars are really important too, to leverage the federal dollars that are on the table, especially from the HERE program through the Inflation Reduction Act. Right now, the way that we operate the Affordable Home Electrification Program in partnership with DOEE requires about a 60-40, 60% local, 40% federal in terms of the mix of incentives to provide for residents to be able to run that program and accomplish an electrification project.
Okay. Has a 2027, based on the proposed budget, has a 2027 spend plan been developed then? Or that's what you're saying you would have to go back and decide?
We would have to decide. Certainly we've, worked closely with DOE on some initial kind of modeling, but ultimately where the budget lands will require us to go back and make our plans there. I think we have a good idea of what things could look like at $12 million, but certainly the federal dollars play into that as well.
Okay. All right. So we don't necessarily have a spend plan yet, but again, if SEU is funded at less than half the cost, half of what we've been funding SEU at, absolutely, I'm hearing you say you can't carry and maintain the number of staff. So we're cutting jobs, we're cutting workforce, we're cutting SEU's ability to deliver for residents. What about Solar for All?
Again, I think Solar for All would definitely be impacted whether we'd be able to operate that program or not. Again, these are all choices that I think we would make with DOE's direction and in partnership with them with information, but Solar for All would certainly be impacted.
And as well as community solar?
Community solar as well, yes, both single family and community solar.
Okay. All right. When we think about the SETF, low-income households are exempt from paying the SETF on their utility bills, correct?
I believe if they are signed up for the utility discount plan, they are exempt from the SETF.
Okay. In terms of DC residents who participate in your programs, would the majority be low and middle income families that receive the benefits from the SEU?
I would say that we serve everybody, but certainly a significant portion of our dollars are going towards low and moderate income households. As I said, last year, I think more than $9 million went to programming for low and moderate income households.
Okay. I think that's an important element to point out as well, is that we've intentionally created an ability for low and moderate income households to not have to pay the SETF surcharge. But certainly using those resources and dollars to help reinvest back into our city when they're cut, that's who we're hurting the most. Agreed, SEU serves everybody. There are programs that you have regardless of ability to pay. They're just good programs for everybody. But you have a significant number that are focused on lower and moderate income households that are feeling the pinch the greatest when it comes to energy costs and affordability. So this is something that will absolutely hurt. When we look at the FY26 dollars, have you received all your FY26 funding?
Well, we operate on a cost reimbursable contract, but yes, at this point, we have our contract modification in place. We have for FY26, yes, we have our funding in place and our purchase order in place.
Okay. Within the FY26 approved budget, you should be on track to serve 180 households through the AHEAP program. Is that not the AHEAP program? 180 homes. Are you on track to be able to continue serving the 180 households?
Well, right now we're estimating at least 100 units is our goal. Obviously, there are multifamily and single family projects within those. Right now, we were able to work with DOEE and put some additional funding for the local dollars. As I said, you have to have local dollars plus federal dollars to make those projects work. We plan to be able to continue to meet that goal this year of at least 100 units, which would be significantly more than last year, more than our FY24, which I believe was 81 units. So we're going to continue to, if dollars are available on the contract in other places where we can shift them over. We will work with DOEE to make as much progress past that 100 units as we can.
Okay. But so for FY 26, you believe you have funded and are on track to hit the 180, you said 186 through AHEAP?
Well, more than 100 units at this point. I don't know that it's 180. I can double check our numbers here, but it's more than 100 units is what we are currently targeting. Again, I think if we are able to free up additional dollars and shift those dollars to our local AHAP funding, we think we could probably exceed that number.
Okay. And if the FY 27 budget moves forward as proposed, how many homes will we be able to get to?
Again, to be determined based on kind of how we would structure programs, but it would be significantly less. I mean, again, that kind of 60-40 match kind of gives you an idea. We would expect to have federal dollars available, but that's a $14,000 cap on each home. So unless we invest a significant amount of that $12 million into AHEP and ignore other programs, it would be a significant drop.
Right. And I want to make sure we make that part clear as well. So without local funding, which is what we're talking about that goes into this program, we would miss out on Inflation Reduction Act funding that goes towards this program. So how many federal dollars, it's a 60-40 match, right? So we said, so how many federal dollars would we be missing out on?
So I'd have to do a little math here, but next year in FY 27, provided that federal funding remains available for the tranche 2 of this funding, there's about $8.5 million on the table for that would go towards an AHAB program. About $6.5 million of that is incentives.
Okay. All right. So we'd be leaving money on the table, which is not ever what we want to do, especially in this economy right now. All right. You mentioned in your testimony, PJM electricity prices have jumped 54% since 2024. I think almost every district resident, every DC small business that I talk to, even your own district government, is feeling that pinch of rate increases after rate increases that continue to hit. You talked a little bit about some of the tools that SEU has helped with in terms of overall reducing energy demand. Can you talk just a little bit more as we think through investing in both existing strategies and emerging strategies? What are some of the innovative ideas you think the district should be focused on over the next 6-12 months or the next couple of years?
I think we have to stick with energy efficiency, tried and true approach, where we're really just doubling down on making improvements in how we use energy, that we are turning lights off. We are, monitoring how HVAC is used in our buildings, in homes and businesses. I think that tried and true approach has worked for us, obviously, and has delivered a lot of savings, $2.2 billion, as we said, in lifetime cost savings. I think if we're going to talk about, affordability, combining that with renewables, we have one of the best markets in the country for renewable energy. I think continuing to double down on both of those combined. I think in terms of new strategies, load shifting and demand costs, especially for buildings like the one we're in, big commercial properties. I think that's an area where the SEU can help across the board, both with district government and with private, of just helping folks monitor their demand costs. Demand costs can shift. A 15-minute interval in a building can shift somebody's cost by tens of thousands of dollars per year. That's a big difference. So I think working closely with DOE on those types of things, which could include, batteries and other dispatchable technologies. When we talked about virtual power plants, distributed energy resources, I think that's an area that the SEU should and will be playing in the future. So I think those are kind of the main things. Is just not ignore what has worked in the past, just continuing to double down on efficiency, but also looking for those overall demand costs that we can help with properties.
Well, all right, and you got there. First, the efficiencies, agreed, they're tried and true, and we still have room to make improvement there. But at some point, I've changed every light bulb to LED. At some point, I've gotten people to turn the lights off when they leave a room. Say more, if you can, about the conversation around the emerging technologies around battery storage and load demand shifting.
Mhm.
When we talk through, when I've talked, for example, with folks around what's the emerging fields when we talk about solar installation, more and more folks aren't just saying, let's put solar on the rooftop. It's let me also put a battery in this so that I can help do load shift. I can really start to think through. We're not at the point, I think, where we're scaling that yet, but that's to me more where we have a lot of room to be able to make significant changes. And from that household to that office building to that small business, you really have the ability to start changing what your costs are and then hitting affordability again. So can you share a little more about what you think either our SEU can do in this space? Are there other SEUs around the country that you look to that feel like they are kind of leading and innovating the space too?
Absolutely. So I think in terms of, batteries, I think the district is getting started on the VPP process. We've been a part of, DOEE has a policy roadmap discussion when it comes to virtual power plants that we're joining. We are currently examining how the DCSEU could incentivize batteries moving forward in the future. We're working on some pilots right now on dispatching water heaters. And I think the way that we look at it is maybe a little different than kind of your traditional VPP. We want to do that in such a way that we're looking at both cost and GHG emissions. So batteries can also not only reduce costs by load shifting, reducing that peak demand, and helping folks with those peak demand costs, where again, 15-minute interval of, the hottest day of the year with HVAC that is running at full tilt in a building, that 15 minutes can impact your bill for the entire year for years to come, in the tens of thousands of dollars. So we think batteries are where we're going. We think dispatchable resources are where we're going. I think the difference is we're bringing the GHG component to that work, and having a measurable benefit in GHG, which again is one of our biggest charges as the SEU, is to reduce energy consumption, but also overall GHG consumption here in the district. So would love to share more offline about this pilot that we're working on with water heaters. We're hoping to do about 50 water heaters alongside the AHEP program, possibly some other folks who've taken advantage of some of our rebates to install heat pump water heaters. But that's where we think things are headed, and we're getting started now on that so we can study it, work with DOEE to understand it, and then really understand how that plays into the next version of DCSU 2.0.
Yeah. Okay. And then last thing on that, as you think about other incentives, we're seeing more and more states approve and lay out kind of the structure for, portable solar. So some people call it balcony, but we're talking about kind of portable solar that can plug in. Is SEU having conversations around how to create incentives to help people do that? The council obviously is considering the Grid Act, which would create the parameters for this deal to move forward here in DC, like it is in Virginia and other places too. Is that a space that SEU is looking to help create incentives, since this is another way that people can help afford and
We are
down that bill?
We are 100%. So we are already examining what a rebate could look like for DC residents who may not be able to put solar on their roof, but could take advantage of, the balcony solar. So we're following the Grid Act closely. We'll be speaking, to your team and DOEE about, the regulatory aspects of that if the bill moves forward and passes. But we're already looking at what rebates could look like for that technology.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, Mr. Burdick, I don't think I have any other questions. I'm concerned about what the budget impacts are. So thank you for helping flesh that out for us. And obviously over the next few weeks, we've still got a lot of work to do to try to help prepare this. And so we'll probably be in touch to that. But at this point, I'm going to switch over and focus on DOEE. You're more than welcome to stay, of course, but I'll also let you step away from the panel if you'd like.
I appreciate it. I'll stick around just in case.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Director Jackson, good morning. And to you and your team. Appreciate your testimony. Let me start. I'm just going to take a step back. What do you think? I'm trying to give you something to start before we get in heavy. What do you think is the most underrated service that DOEE is providing and delivering to DC residents on a daily basis? What do you want to brag about for a second before I'm going to come at the budget pretty hard here in a second, but let me give you a chance. What are some of the things that you feel like, listen, DOEE, it's underrated, people don't see it, but it's delivering results every day for our residents?
I think, yeah, I think the biggest, the number one thing it's not underrated, but it's just not talked about really because it functions relatively smoothly, is the LIHEAP program. We're going to kind of stick with the energy affordability theme. So I would go with like the way we've run and operated LIHEAP program over the years has been efficient. Modifications based on funding, of course, but from a perspective of serving residents and providing them with service that we feel has been very good, it's what be our LIHEAP program. That had, especially for us, that has the most direct impact on residents on a literally almost daily basis, on a year in, year out basis. So that would be the number one program for me.
Okay. And that's one that, my recollection from our oversight hearing, essentially you're full up on applications.
Yes.
Pretty quickly once the application period opens up.
Yes, sir.
Which would tell me there's unmet demand as much, just with limited LIHEAP dollars coming from the feds.
Correct.
Okay. I would argue that also gets to why making these types of investments that lower people's overall energy costs is so important that are being cut in this budget. But one of the other spaces I feel like DOEE, and maybe give you a chance to brag about, is many of the programs and services that get delivered the way we use our special purpose revenue funds. So those partnerships you create with different organizations, the experiences and the service delivery that you create with that. Anything you want to brag about there for a second?
I think I'll go back to what Living Classroom said on Friday. So what was it Teresa and Lauren, both with Ms. Lauren Cross and Teresa Martin for Living Classrooms. We have a very strong partnership with Living Classroom in terms of oversight and maintaining of Kingman Island and Heritage Island. And so I think that partnership is very strong. Worked very collaborative with them, even with a lot of the funding. Most of the funding we give them is through SPRs, and there's been a lot of fluctuation, of course. But we've always been able to work together to come up with solutions that were beneficial to ensuring that the projects and programs that are going on Allen are satisfied. I think once people get over to Kingman and realize that treasure that it is, a large part of that is due to the impact that Living Classroom have, and by us providing that funds to actually give them that multiplier. They've made great strides in making the Kingman Island a place that a lot of people want to come to and just relax, explore, and understand better in terms of wilderness in DC. So Living Classrooms and that partnership is definitely a high mark as well.
Yeah.
And a lot of our other water programs that we deal with in terms of Anacostia River Keepers, Anacostia Watershed, those relationships are good relationships. We don't agree on everything. I will say that because I've heard their testimony sometimes. So we don't agree on everything, but the partnership and the services that they're able to assist us with, and then we're able to help them with, is also invaluable. The boat tours are invaluable. The assistance with the community sampling is also valuable. All those programs, a lot of what they do would not be possible without those SPR dollars. But then just the personal collaboration with their staff makes that also works for us as well. So those are just others regarding SPR dollars that work. A lot of the work we do in environmental services with regard to what I call like the core environmental programs, those don't get as much notoriety as some of the other programs because they're, like I said, they're old school. To me, they've been around the longest. But a lot of what we do in air quality, in lead, and using SPRs in our toxic substances group, the way those are utilized to ensure that environmental services is able to achieve the goals and the missions for their performance and for their KPIs, those kind of things. Also programs that are just not talked about a lot, except in some of our trouble spots. But as a whole, those programs do a lot of work that is just not spoken about or highlighted in the city. So that's another area where SPRs are definitely impactful and allow us to work. This is my 7th agency level budget that I've worked on. Knowing how the agency ebbs and flows on SPRs, Definitely understand how that moves and the trajectory of SPRs over all these years. Know how it plays in terms of the overall impact to the district's budget or into DOE's budget as a whole. So, yeah.
All right. Nice part's over now. Okay, so
So I'm sorry, sir. Let me.
oh, you
I
want
know
to
we-
scratch out the nice part?
Well, are you
Go ahead. All right.
I know we're gonna hit energy quick, so I'll bring up Nick Berger, my Deputy Director for Energy Administration. So he's already here. Now I
Got it. Okay.
cut to the chase.
Well, I'm gonna stick with SPRs for a second.
Okay.
I mean, one of the things you mentioned, you know, you've seen SPRs ebb and flow. One of the challenges we'll have with SPRs sometimes is the funding coming in will ebb and flow through an SPR. And I think all the programs you talked about are things that could be done with DOE, like that. You could consider that to be kind of core services that DOE would operate, but actually the partnerships that you have with other organizations, we put in some of the funding. They're privately raising funds, so we kind of create orders of magnitude of greater impact by helping support them. So there's the smooth or the bumpiness of an ebb and flow of an SPR from the dollars that come in that we want to try to help manage for. But we're creating the bumpiness here. By having the SPR dollars get rated and taken out. And then I do think, and we heard some of the acknowledgements in the public testimony last week, folks saw big cuts coming into FY26. Internally, throughout the year, you may be able to make a couple of adjustments and turn the dial here, and then be able to restore some of their funding even within the fiscal year budget. But I think you heard like the ability for them to figure out, how do I keep staff? How do I plan for a year of funding? If I told you that all your money's gone and your staff don't have positions next year, but then 6 months later, oh wait, we do have the money. Your staff are real life people. They got families to feed, they got mortgages to pay, they make choices, and so we lose all the people. So I get that we got to figure out the bumpiness around an SPR of what's coming in the door to begin with, but we're doing a lot of self-inflicted bumps. I think the last couple of years, the mayor's budget is removing and creating the bumpiness that we are acknowledging creates a major problem for these. So let me take a look at what do we look at as the impacts to these programs for the FY27 proposed budget. So when we look through programs reduced in FY26, River Smart Landscaping Grant reduced 61%. Meaningful Watershed Education Experiences reduced 28%. Trash-free communities reduced 65%. Permeable Surface Grant reduced 27%. River Smart Communities reduced 66%. Water Quality Standards reduced 50%. Water Quality Database Management reduced 60%. MS4 reduced 50%. DOEE's Surface and Groundwater System reduced 67%. DOEE's Salesforce license for tracking construction erosion and water pollution complaints reduced 83%. Stormwater Plan Review and Technical Support Grant reduced 80%. Illegal discharge detection and elimination and pollution source tracking reduced 60%. We don't have a lot left to give, but what does the FY27 reductions mean to programs like that?
Correct. We are at that point where there's, like you said, not a lot to give, not more to give. But what I would say is, although the percentages are what they are for 26 and going into 27, knowing what we were looking at, we made some adjustments. So something that may not have been funded at a certain level in 26 got reallocated for 27. So if it got reduced a lot in 26, it's probably got more funding in 27. So we moved some funding around. With regards to some of the contracts and some of those databases involves a lot of contractual type work. Why do I need a question for me, or question that I always have is, why do I need so many contractors to manage database when I have a bunch of database people in-house? Why can't that work be done by the in-house IT team of 5 or 6 database type individuals that I have there? Why can't I use some of their services? So although some of those contracts and some of those databases in terms of what's being used to maintain them were reduced, some of that work can be brought in-house and done that way. So that's one way to account for some of the databases and the work that's done. I know discussions that are made in terms of those databases requiring specialties. Everything is learnable, given enough time. And so having that time to kind of plan for 27 and look at 27, those are ways that we can compensate for some of the cuts that were made there. Hopefully being able to then move those funds into other areas. So the same way we kind of move stuff around in 26, like I believe it was said Friday by one of the witnesses, whiplash. Not good, not good for anybody. Don't like whiplash with my team. That I know they have the same level of concern for the staff that works for them at our nonprofits. And so I understand their concerns, and that's why we try to work closely with them to keep them abreast of what's going on and, you know, what our decisions are. And then if we can make a change, unfortunately, it is sometimes a quick pivot. But it's not done it's not done flippantly. It's not done in such a way that those kind of those decisions are not made half-heartedly. I would put it like that. I definitely care the same way I care about my team. I know that they care about theirs, and putting them in that position is never good for us or them. And so we're trying to work through that just by maintaining those close relationships with them to you know, do the best we can to ensure those whiplashes is not as bad.
No. But I mean, this is more than just, we've got some good folks at DOEE that can do database management.
Mhm.
And so let's just kind of shift more in-house. I mean, this is much more extensive than that, correct?
Some of it, yes.
All right. I mean, would we think these are some of our core environmental and energy services that we provide, right?
Correct.
Okay. So that leads me to something that, and I'm putting you on the spot, but I will also acknowledge, I know you don't write the external facing mayor's proposed budget. But according to the mayor's office, this is our Grow DC budget. And it says protecting core public services. DOEE is listed as one of the agencies that the Grow DC budget maintains strong funding for, that this budget protects core services. You have been hit with another drastic budget cut, top line cut of 28% on top of last year. We're talking about a combined nearly 50% reduction. I know you have a lot of faith and confidence in your staff and team, as do I. But I don't see how. How can we possibly be trying to tell the public that DOEE is going to be able to provide reliable core public services for our residents and businesses with this level of funding? Why is DOE listed under protecting core public services when it's facing this level of budget cut?
So I thought about this question. I'm always thinking about this question, especially when I see the budget chapters and how they're published. And when I see the numbers, I already know it's going to be an uphill battle to explain the numbers, to explain the percentage cuts. So again, fortunately, I've also been looking over our budgets for the last, like I said, 7 years. So when I go back and look at that trend of our budget and how it has an arc, and it kind of peaked in 25 at $319 million. And when you look at that drop from $319 million in FY 25 to a proposed budget of $181 million in FY 27, many questions. How did that happen? And it's more than, when I look at that, when I look at the 28%, even from 26 to 27, there's more to the story than just the 28%, than just the number, right? Yes, our SPRs have been cut, realigned, but then there's also that federal grant component, because again, the two largest components of our budget is SPR and grant dollars. When there's a large shift in our grant dollars, that has a direct impact on the way our overall budget appears. In 26 and 27, a large percentage, and I know we took like a 20% cut in SPRs from the numbers I was looking at. Yeah, for SPRs is 19% for SPRs, with That's combining local and SPRs. So we're talking 21%, 10%. Averages out by 19. Federal budget cut was about 38%. So because of the way those cuts are, the 38% still had a large impact on getting to that 28% drop number. When I look at the FY25 budget, again, looking at, we had 319 million that was approved. There was a large influx of federal dollars that generated that large number. One of the things that we DOE needs to get better at in terms of how we do our budget during budget development is how we budget authority. That's been it's not a problem, but just the way we budget authority, we front the entire grant onto a budget. When we get that grant or receive that award, we try to front load the entire budget, even though it may be spent over a 3 to 5 year period, depending on the grant. But if that grant is removed, that definitely has a direct impact on what our budget looks like the following year, because all that budget authority now has to come out. So part of that 28% is because of the loss of those federal grants. And again, I acknowledge that's not the only loss that we suffered. We suffered losses in SPRs, but we did have to suffer that loss in federal dollars. And then when you go back to 25 and the 319 million, when there was a large influx of infrastructure funds and those kind of funds that we received there, and those funds are no longer there, that also allow for the driving down of our FY27 budget to this 181 level. So there is a component, again, of local, of SPR, but we can't just say that the federal impacts aren't real, but it definitely, in the numbers, it looks much more impactful in the numbers when we start removing a lot of that federal money. By removing the federal dollars, again, understanding where the discussions are going does have a direct impact on how our local dollars or SBA dollars are utilized. So that's another component of it. So there's multiple impacts, but a lot of it revolves around how those federal dollars are coming in or being utilized in a way that has a direct impact on the numbers that we see in our budget chapter. So although we lock in on the budget chapter, when I look at those numbers, I'm seeing it from several different perspectives, not just as a solid 28% cut is a direct impact on operations, but that's really, how does that impact my budget authority, and then how am I going to be able to operate in the coming year?
Yeah. Anybody who's following this should be able to see the loss of federal dollars is certainly significant. And in just a second, I'm going to turn to kind of walking through what some of those cuts look like. But I do not want anyone to be able to say, because it won't be true if they say, the only reason to see the reduction is just it's the federal dollars. Let's blame the Trump administration. It's their fault. Our local budget, our local choices are driving a significant portion of the dollars out of DOEE and the things we promised ratepayers we'd be doing and are not there. So I will say, I think that somebody in the mayor's office figured this out maybe after they started putting together the presentations, because when I compare the budget chapter narrative, when I talk about core services and what's being maintained, and then the PowerPoint presentation that gets out there, the protecting core public services, DOEE is included in the description of the budget chapter narrative. I do think somebody figured out, I don't think we can say that, because when the PowerPoint presentation comes out, preserve core services, it does not say a single thing about DOEE or energy and environment. At least that part's true, because we're not going to be able to maintain those core services with this budget. But there is a disparity between the way that people want to describe it in the budget book and what's in the PowerPoint. So let's go through the federal dollars, though. So by far, the largest reduction is a loss of federal grants, about $51.6 million total. And you kind of mentioned there's 3 specific federal grants in your testimony: Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, the Charging and Fueling Infrastructure Grant, and the Rail Safety Grant. So let me walk through each of those so we can make sure we understand those pieces. So let's focus on the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund to start. I think you said, you used the term frozen. What does that mean legally or procedurally to say that the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund is frozen?
Sure, I'll let, since that grant falls under Energy's administration shop, I'll let Mr. Berger talk about that.
Okay.
Good morning, Chair Allen. Nick Berger, Deputy Director for the Energy Administration. So the agency, along with dozens of other states, were awarded these funds under the Inflation Reduction Act. And then last year, the Trump administration and the EPA specifically issued a notice to states, including the district, that those awards were being terminated, and they cited changes in the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. The district has, through the Attorney General's office, stated that we do not believe that those funds were lawfully terminated. I want to be careful not to get into the specifics because I'm not a lawyer and I don't work for the Attorney General's office, but we've been coordinating closely with OAG and other states' Attorney General to essentially say that we don't agree that that termination was lawfully carried out. So from our perspective, those funds were frozen temporarily until they are reinstated, as we hope the courts will agree, and then provided back to us to continue our work.
Got it. Okay. So our frozen is not a legal term of art. We're just trying to be descriptive in that there's an OAG process separate from this. And so you need to, at least from a budgeting perspective, consider them frozen. Okay.
Correct. We are not currently able to spend down those funds in the way that we would have based on our federal application and the programs that we would have run under them.
Got it. All right, let's turn to the charging and fueling infrastructure grant. So the terminology on this one was paused. So you can kind of see, I'm trying to understand what's paused, what's frozen, what are my differences? So what does that mean to say that fund is paused?
So the circumstance here is slightly different. The district, again, along with other funded entities, were awarded by the Department of Energy under the previous administration, in our case, $15 million of charging and fueling infrastructure funds to deploy EV charging in the district. We were informed prior to the change in federal administration that we were awarded those funds. And the next step is always then to do a contract negotiation and sign a formal contract that then releases those funds and allows us to spend them. So step one is we're told we're awarded. Step two is finalize all the details. Step two never took place under the previous administration, and the current administration has not elected to continue to execute that second step. At the same time, we have not been told formally that that award was withdrawn, for example. So from our perspective, we are waiting on the federal government to take the next step to allow us to actually formally spend those funds. That hasn't happened, so those funds are paused from an implementation perspective.
Okay, got it. And then finally, you mentioned the rail safety grant that DOEE applied for was not awarded. Why was it not awarded?
So even though I gave you those three, just to kind of captures that. This time they'll give you several other ones as well. I'll let my senior deputy Mike Summersall talk about the rail grant, and then there was another $1 million grant in air quality, a research grant that we did not receive, but I'll pivot back to that one after Mr. Summersall speaks about the rail safety grant.
So good morning again, Councilmember.
Good morning.
It's roughly about $18,000 to help support our rail inspectors to go out for training. We normally apply for that grant each fiscal year. Not sure why there's been a pause on that for this year. We're still waiting. We did apply for it, and we're still waiting to get some feedback from the FRA, Federal Railroad Administration. In terms of the other grant, that was a $1.25 million grant for that was an air quality research grant. We didn't get that as well.
Okay, so for both of those, we've been notified that we did not receive the award, or we haven't heard back yet.
From the Federal Railroad Administration grant, we haven't been notified that we did not get the award. We're still waiting on that.
Okay.
Like every other state though,
Yeah.
for that one is all states are waiting for their federal railroad grant. In terms of the air quality one, I believe we did not receive the grant. We were awarded it, but did not receive the grant. And if I said that incorrectly, I'm sure my team will hit me here in a minute.
Got it. Okay. So walk me through when we knew about either the loss, the pause, or the freeze of these different federal funds, and how much were we building out a budget, banking on these federal dollars coming? And how did that impact choices being made from a budget perspective on our SPR funds?
So usually, as you know, budget development starts for us in that October, right around just beginning of the fiscal year, we're already starting our budget development. At that point last year, again, I gotta get my years right. So as we started 25, we were already in development come that August, September. These grants were already applied for. We were expecting these awards to have come in 26. Upon the passage of the, federal budget, that's when, of course, all the fluctuation started. Awards were given out, so based on the awards that were given, we assumed those funds are coming. That's the part that didn't happen. So in the rail case, we knew we were supposed to get those funding, but we just have not received them yet. And that's just more of being in communications with the FRA. They're just not talking about those grants. And even now we're in communications with FRA with regards to training and other things, but they're not talking about the grant. The research grant, same thing. We're just not hearing from the proper party. So depending on the administration, or not the administration, I'm sorry, the department, whether it's EPA, FRA, Department of Energy, having those individual discussions with the federal agencies, we're getting different type responses or no response at all, depending on the program. So it's very program specific, but that being said, because of when we start our budget process, these funds were already calculated into our budget when we started the process. So at which point, now that we know they're not there in 26, when we did in 27, having already had that budget authority, now that budget authority is gone in 27. So that is a part of that reduction in there. But they were planned on being, those funds were already planned on being used. They were planned on being budgeted for. Those numbers work into our MPS budget as well as our PS budget in terms of some partial funding of some staff. So those are the kind of impacts we've had in our budget when you look at 27 between 26 in the budget chapter.
Okay.
It's 1.25 million is the number for the grant, and
That's the air quality.
grant, and it was terminated.
Okay. When we think about budget authority and appropriations. So for example, again, being very careful here, we're not using a legal terminology, but when we talk back to our greenhouse gas reduction fund we're treating it as frozen for the moment. We don't know what the outcome of the litigation and legal action is going to be, but we have also seen other examples where states have gone into court and been able to force the federal administration to honor the funding that was there and unlock or unfreeze those dollars. So in what way, why are we treating this one, if it's frozen and pending some kind of legal action, which we cannot predict what the outcome is going to be, but we know there's action? Why do we remove the budget authority rather than leave the authority pending that litigation decision? Because what I'm getting at is, again, we don't know the outcome of that litigation. Should that litigation end in our favor, that these dollars now are released, I'm concerned that we have an agency now that we have not authorized the budgeting process, the ability to expend those funds. And so why would we not want to at least have a placeholder for authorization? Curious your thoughts on that.
So I'll let Nick Berger start off with that one, because I think I'll let him start off with this.
Sure. Thanks, Director. Your instincts align with kind of the way we think about these funds. So for example, for the GGRF funds, we actually have $7 million of budget authority in the FY27 budget for precisely the reason that you're getting at. We don't know when the courts will ultimately decide or what they will decide about access to those funds. But if those funds are reactivated, let's say for us, we want to be able to hit the ground running because we have grantees and partners and households that are waiting for the benefits from those funds. But we did reduce that budget authority for next year, for FY27, substantially compared to what it would have been this year in our budget. And frankly, probably what we would have had next year had we been spending those funds. Because we want to try to balance that ability to react quickly with not having our budget represent something we don't think is practical or realistic.
Mhm.
In the case of the charging and fueling infrastructure grant, similar story. We actually reduced that down to 500,000 next year. Given the administration's approach to electric vehicles, we think they will continue to sit on that funding. So our expectation of being able to spend those funds next fiscal year is low, but we also see some movement at the federal level on things that we didn't necessarily expect. So if they do release that award, finalize the contract, we want to be able to get moving on it immediately as we request additional budget authority. So we're working closely with the director and the team to sort of strike that balance for our funds between not inflating our budget more than is reasonable, but not cutting off our ability to react quickly.
And I think this goes back to what I said earlier in terms of the way, one of the things that we do as an agency, we've kind of always done it with regards to grants. And again, this may be a reason why we just need to step back and reevaluate how we do business in our grant budgeting, is we tend to budget the entire award. So no matter what the award is, no matter what the length of the contract life is, we try to put the award in the first year of that grant. So if it's a 3-year award, we would budget the 3 years in that first year. And then as the years go, like, even though we know we may only going to spend a third of that, or usually you spend about a third per year if it's a 3-year grant, we would budget it up front, all of it, and then see how that spending goes with the goal of trying to spend it all out by the end of the 3 years. That particular practice of putting everything in there up front may not be, or has shown to, when we have these sharper fluctuation with regard to federal grants now, not necessarily, it gives a distorted picture, even though we knew we weren't going to use that money all in the first year of that award anyway. So, don't want to micromanage the grant or splice it up in such a way that it puts us at a disadvantage, but definitely need to evaluate whether we should be doing full funding of an award up front versus maybe modifying that. We're definitely using a smaller amount, half, a third. That's something we have to think about in terms of how we become more efficient as we move forward with budget development in the future.
Okay. Got it.
Sure. I'm sorry. Nick, one more thing.
I'm sorry, just simple correction. I misstated. The charging and fueling infrastructure grant was awarded by the Federal Highway Administration. I think I said Department of Energy, so that was incorrect on my book.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So if we're looking at this, are there any programs where DOE has hired new staff or kicked off any new programs with the funding expectation, the federal funding expectation that it would come in?
So part of establishing that budget authority, we would have brought on a lot of staff. We had allocated FTEs for greenhouse gas. We had allocated a lot of FTEs. We were looking to bring a lot of staff in when the water started getting a little choppy at the federal level. We didn't move forward with those positions because, again, if we had brought them on board, to me, there's an obligation now of finding funding and ensure that that staff was, taken care of. Wouldn't necessarily put us in a position where we didn't necessarily have that funding in other pockets. So we were going to go slowly with hiring. Fortunately, in that particular aspect, that left a lot of FTEs on our books that we did not fill because of that. For me, one of the things that's important is if we're funding a position, and this is a lesson learned from BIL and those other, we had the large influx of federal funding. We brought staff on with no vision of how we want to pay after those grants were over. We've managed to accommodate that, but I don't want to put ourselves in that position again, where even though we may be getting a lot of grant funding, let's bring a lot of people. We need to have a better vision on how we pay if we don't have the grant. And it's something that we just need to adjust for as an agency. Instead of just bringing people on when the current funding is here, we need to be looking 4 or 5 years down the road. I mean, a lot of what we're seeing now, for me, when we had large pockets of federal funds coming in, those funds were never going to be inevitable or everlasting. So if we're getting it in a given fiscal year, we need to be looking at it. Where does that look like in 3 years past that point? Because we have to accommodate for that. So try not to bring in a lot of the FTEs. That's given us wiggle room this year. But I'm very mindful of bringing people on in a way that makes sense so that we have funding for new talent down the road, not just for any given fiscal year.
I can appreciate that in normal times,
Mhm.
right? Of federal grants and big dollars coming in. And to your point, thinking through after the life cycle of that federal grant, what does that look like for those FTE positions? To be fair, we're talking about something that really hasn't happened before, which is Congress approved, authorized, and appropriated dollars, and a federal executive just says, I'm not going to do it. And that's destabilizing to you, to all state governments. And that is, to me, is a distinct issue, which we're navigating compared to how do you strategically map out federal grants that are going to last for a few number of years and what's in their side of that. So do you have a contingency plan in place, kind of sticking with federal dollars for a second, for a federal grant that we are expecting, and then it also gets frozen or doesn't materialize? Specifically, I can think about LIHEAP, where Secretary Kennedy tried to hold that back and not release those dollars. I mean, I think the blowback was pretty fierce because LIHEAP is, it's not blue, it's not red, it's not purple. It's something that everybody can get around and understand. This is how you help people afford their bills. It didn't stop them though from trying, and I wouldn't be surprised if they try something stupid again. So what would be a contingency? How are you planning for that contingency? You mentioned LIHEAP was your number one kind of not underrated, but you feel like one of the most impactful programs.
Absolutely. LIHEAP is our most impactful program, and it's also our, the program that stays at the forefront in terms of funding. Excuse me. Right now, the majority, over 90% of the funding that we pay out or, provide to residents is federal funding. If that federal funding is cut, yeah, that would have a significant impact. We do have a little, there are local funds that also are involved in LIHEAP disbursement, but that's very small in terms of, I believe, $2 to $3 million. The rest of it is federal dollars. If we were to lose those federal dollars, it would have a great impact. We know, we've kind of gone through this scenario for the past 2 years. I guess the last two presidential budgets were submitted. Of course, they come with, he zeroes out LIHEAP. Congress puts that funding back in. They tend to make it flat this year. The same thing happened, or should I say same thing happened last year. When they zeroed it out, Congress put it back in. We received the funds. We just received our 10%. They always keep 10%, and we received that a few weeks ago. So we'll continue with payments. We know that the mayor's budget the presidential budget for next fiscal year came out the same way, zeroing out LIHEAP. So we would have to be planning for that, unless those funds are returned once again by Congress. One part says that's the practical thing that could happen. We would expect that to happen, but there's no guarantee that could happen. So knowing that the potential for not having those federal dollars available in FY27 is definitely something that we're taking into consideration, but it would have a major impact on our program and the services that we provide to the city.
All right, let's switch gears to some local fund issues. We have limited control over what Congress or the Trump administration is going to do, but we can control our local decisions. And this budget has significant local cuts. So let's dig in on that. The largest reduction in the $17.4 million redirection of SPR funds really is the $10.5 million sweep from the SETF. So other than the $10.5 million sweep of the SETF, what are some of the other SPR balances that are being included in this reduction?
You got those? I'll let my senior speak to that.
So I'm just looking at the Natural Resources Administration. We have an 8% reduction on the Fish and Wildlife Fund, another 8% on the stormwater fees. The Anacostia River Cleanup Fund, we're looking at a 21% reduction. Soil erosion sediment control, 19. Stormwater permit compliance enterprise fund, we're looking at a 27%. So just for the natural resources administration, we're looking at a 24% reduction. There are some other places in air quality that I don't have those numbers right here, but in ESA, we have had some reductions in that program as well.
Okay. Let's pick one. Anacostia River Cleanup Fund. It's being reduced by $542,000. What are we not doing now with a cut of $542,000 from the Anacostia River Cleanup Fund?
I would have to call our Deputy Director, Mr. Steve Sari. He would be able to explain that in more detail.
Sure. And if you would, sir, when you come in, just help introduce yourself for the record.
Steve Sari, Deputy Director for Natural Resources Administration. So to answer your question, you already listed some of the reductions that we have in our grant programs that are caused because of that reduction in funding.
I listed them, but I want you to list them.
Some of those things that are not being funded include boat tours on the Anacostia, a similar program that also combined kayaking, but also cleaning up Kingman Lake called Green Boats, reductions in our environmental education programs, reduction in a program called Community Stormwater Solutions, our Green Zone environmental program also has reductions. There are many programs that have been reduced because.
Yeah. And I know I'm going to ask you to name these things, and I'm not. I mean, again, I have some sympathy for DOEE staff because I know that these are not programs that you would probably voluntarily say, I don't want to see move forward. But part of what I have to do is go through and make sure it's very clear and transparent what the impacts of this budget decision is overall. The air quality construction permits, I believe, is reduced by $719,000. So what doesn't take place for our air quality with a $700,000 cut?
I do believe that money impacts maybe 3 FTEs, but Mr. Burrell, can you confirm two FTEs? And I'm not sure what other services.
I got it.
Okay, all right. I have
Yeah,
to make
yeah,
sure
yeah.
it's clear
Nope,
with the mic.
nope,
Yeah.
I got it. So the $719,000 cut would affect 2 FTEs. Again, percentage of their salary. So it would affect the funding for those 2 FTEs. It would have an impact on our permitting program, air quality permitting program with regards to Title V, Chapter 2 type permits. And it would have an impact on a portion of an impact on the monitoring program with regards to the overall district networks. Part of that funding, because it's goes back to some of the matching that will be required on that monitoring.
Okay. What are the impacts on, if this is local fund that we cut, where do some of these intersect with federal dollars that we have to put local dollars up to be able to draw down federal dollars? Air quality, for example. Do we have Clean Air Act impacts by not doing our local portion that then impacts our federal ability to spend?
Correct. So yes, there is 2 types of matching depending on the program that we're in. With regards to the air quality permit, the match does not have to be directly tied to the work. You just have to have a local match. With regards to some of the other matches that some of the other SPRs that were restored, that was considered program income that the federal grant required to be had. So that funding that was replaced with, like, for instance, the has waste grant have program income that we received through our certificate program where we license small, medium, or small, large parting generators. That's considered program income by EPA. And thus that funding that came into that particular SPR is tied directly to that Haz Waste grant. So it needs to be there. Same with the lead protection, same with fisheries and wildlife. Again, the funds we collected from fishing licenses is tied directly to the grant we received from Fish and Wildlife. With regards to the grants that are received in energy, those matches have to be directly used within the program. So that 60-40 split that's been spoken about a couple of times, in order for that 60% really to be used, you have to have those local or SPR dollars to utilize the federal dollars. If you don't have the local side, then yes, you cannot use the federal side. So that's a direct tie that could not say be shifted to another matching source. Something that me and the team has educated me on, but also we've thought through in terms of, well, let's look at some other sources that could be utilized as a match. As it became clear that in certain instances, because of the way the grants are written, that's not a possibility. And so we do have several of those through primarily through Department of Energy has those type of grants. In which case there's not much space for negotiation with the federal partner to allow us to do, to explain the situation and do something different. They're not necessarily receptive to that conversation. So then that becomes an instance where, yeah, we're at jeopardy because of the not being able to utilize local funds to acquire the federal funds. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, I mean, when we were talking about earlier, Mr. Burdick talked about
Yes, sir.
the dollars left
Yes.
on the table, right? Could be as much as $6.5 million. And that's just for the AHEAP, right? So when we think about the totality of what potentially we're leaving on the table of federal matching dollars with the local cuts, has that number been tallied up?
I don't have the number with me. Oh, you got it? No, I'll have the number with me. We can get it to you, or my team is going to jet it to me.
Okay.
Unless you have it, Nick?
Not across the-
Okay.
All right.
Across the entire agency, you're looking for a number. We don't have that numbers yet.
Yeah.
We can get that back to you.
So yeah, maybe you've got some math whiz folks that are watching and they can help get that to you in a little bit, but if not, I'd like to follow up.
Over there. Yeah, they're sitting over there.
I'd like to follow up after the hearing if we can't get it today.
Absolutely.
Because I want to be able to make sure we understand what the full impact is of the decision on the local cuts. All right, so let's spend a little time on the SETF a little more. Obviously, this was established back in 2008 to be a dedicated funding source for sustainable energy programs in the district. Last several years, we have spent a lot of energy restoring cuts to the SETF. Before last year's changes, the DC Sustainable Energy Utility was required to receive $20 million from the SETF. The Green Finance Authority was required to receive $7 million. $3 million was to be used by either DOEE or DCSEU to help provide affordable housing comply with BEPS, for example. Did the required transfers in FY26, so the fiscal year that we're in right now, have those taken place, or are there any holdups?
So for the DC Green Bank transfer, as of today, we've transferred half of that amount, so 1.75 million. We have historically done those transfers in 2 tranches. So we've completed 1 tranche of that transfer for this fiscal year.
And that was completed the day before the oversight hearing?
Correct.
All right. Well, what about today? So the other half should have gone yesterday.
We actually don't typically time them with the oversight hearings. We typically would send that second tranche. It's based on kind of revenue coming into the fund. So we want to make sure there's enough money in the bank, so to speak. There's not a specific date we target, but we're often doing the first tranche sometime around the start of the calendar year and the second tranche sometime in sort of the summertime.
Okay. I know from our conversations with the Green Bank previously, sometimes we're towards the end of the fiscal year, September. They still haven't gotten the funding that's required. If you are running an organization and you don't know when the funding that's coming in that you were banked on, you can't run. So I think these delays, we have debated, and this may be what we have to do this year. We just need to statutorily then put a date by which you have to transfer the dollars. Because my hunch is folks are waiting till the end of the fiscal year because they're trying to decide if they want to sweep that dollar as well. And then we don't want that. We got to protect these. So how much, all right, so for the year we're in right now, how much of our SETF is being used to pay DC government's energy costs?
Sorry, for the current fiscal year.
Mhm.
So for this year, I'm gonna round, it's about $70 million out of a total program revenue of about 100 million, or total revenue across the two SPRs of about $100 million. So 70%.
Okay, so for FY 25, it was approximately 29 million, I believe, out of the fund.
It ended up being a little bit higher. I think it came in closer to 33.5 because there were some additional funds that got moved through the budget process last year, but roughly, yeah, that was
Okay.
right. 30 million plus or minus.
All right, and then FY 26 is going to be, what was the number again you said? About 70%?
70 million, 70%, correct.
About 70 million total. Okay. And under the proposed FY 27 budget, what is it expected to be?
So under the law, currently it would be, again, rounding about 80 million that would go into the MESF fund, and about 25 million that would come into SETF for next fiscal year. So it's not quite 80%, but it's thereabouts.
All right, so just year after year, we're just eroding the SETF.
It is higher this year than it was last year.
I will call that erosion. All right, and last year, I mean, we tried to say, all right, you're going to do this. The mayor's going to do this. So we'll create the Mayor's Energy Surcharge Fund. Again, I turned down several very clever acronyms that people had provided to me, but we just said, let's call it the Mayor's Energy Surcharge Fund. But even after agreeing to that, we see another 10 million taken out of SETF to switch over, and an effort to even rename it. But maybe we should rename it again. All right, we had some clever recommendations last year. Are there any updates on the transfer of the funds that the council restored in FY 26 to the SETF that you want to highlight or share? We restored some funds, approximately 3.5 million or so.
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, one way to frame it would be that, as I mentioned, the revenue coming into SETF this year is about $30 million. Our total budget for this year, based on those restorations in the budget last year, is closer to 37.5 million. So that has had a meaningful impact on our ability to not just fund the core DCSEU contract, which is 19 million and change this current fiscal year, but then to actually supplement that contract to do the kinds of additional programs. So, for example, to finalize and finish up construction of some Solar for All community solar projects that were started in the previous fiscal year. We very rarely are able to get these things done in one fiscal year for a whole variety of reasons. So it's important to have those funds this year to be able to finish those community solar projects. We've added funds to support the Affordable Home Electrification Program and the Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator. Again, both funded by federal funds in part, but when we were talking about matching, the local funds, the SETF funds, are critical to allowing us to execute on those projects. So as you heard from Ben earlier, the work they are doing is directly related to the total funding available through the SETF, including those restorations.
From the SEU contract perspective, so if we are looking at an FY 27 budget that creates funding at roughly, I think, half or so of what they had for FY 26, what's from the DOE perspective, what's the impact of renewing a contract or extending a contract or building a base contract with a much smaller amount?
So for building the base contract for 28.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but if our SEU contract expires
At the end of
at the
27.
end of FY 26
Right, with a 1-year extension.
with a 1-year extension, but we would be going into a contracting period
Yes. During 27.
to say, let's think through what that new contract looks like. If we begin with a much lower base dollar amount level in FY 27 or 28,
Right.
that's going to impact the way you construct a solicitation. It's going to impact
Yes.
what it is. It's not that I can just go tack dollars on later.
Mm-hmm.
It fundamentally reestablishes what it is the contract does. What's the impact on that decision for DOE to be able to provide these different services, create these different partnerships, leverage federal dollars and others, if we start the process so significantly less than where we've been?
Sure. So we are trying to both take things in order and act on the most complete information we can. And what I mean by that is, as you heard Ben talk about for the current or the upcoming fiscal year for FY27, once we are all clear on exactly the total available resources to be put toward the DCSEU in the FY27 budget, we'll work closely with Ben and the team to figure out how to specifically deploy those. Whether that's extending or even expanding, if we can, existing programs, or it's working with them to pare back programs. So that's for FY27, where once council finalizes the budget, we'll have that full information, and then we can in earnest make those decisions. When we think about FY28 and then rebidding the DCSEU contract for another 4 or 5 years, again, we're trying to make sure that we approach that process with as much and complete information as we can. So we've had some preliminary discussions about what a rebidded DCSEU contract might look like under the current law, meaning $10 million to the base contract for the DCSEU out of SETF. We have not gotten very far in defining what exactly that means, because it's a big change, right? It's very different from the current and even the previous 5-year contracts that the DCSEU has been executing on, as I think you know. So for me, it's an issue of balancing, right? We want to do contingency planning. We obviously want to make decisions as quickly as we can so that we're not leaving them to the last minute. We also don't want to make a bunch of concrete decisions before we have full information. So we assume that as the budget gets passed for FY27, as the budgets always do, they will define at this point what the out years look like, including for FY28. And once we have that number, that's what we're going to use to define what that contract looks like, and how we go about it. Whether that means, again, tweaks around the margins on programs, or whether that's something more wholesale in terms of a rethink. I don't know if that's helpful.
Yeah.
And sir,
Mhm.
just to follow up on the SPR, we're going to get you the numbers you're looking for, but just right now, all the matches have been made for kind of broken down administration. So NRA has met all their federally matches. ESA has met all their matches. We're double checking with the other administrations, but I know those two, which are, two of our other larger ones aside from energy, they've met their local matches. The challenges right now, again, with EA, and we're looking at UAA as well. So
You're talking
I
about
should have
FY26 local match, you're talking about in proposed FY27, you
for
believe?
26 matches.
Right. Part of what I'm trying to get at is for the proposed budget for 27.
For 27, we've budgeted the matches for ESA and NRA in 27.
Okay.
The other administrations, I'll get more follow-up, but I know those two are taken care of.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. So let me move back to SETF and energy costs for the district. So according to the fiscal impact statement that comes with the Budget Support Act. So when the mayor transmits the BSA, Budget Support Act, there's a fiscal impact statement that comes with it. So it looks like the SETF contribution to pay for the district's energy bills increases by 18 million in FY27 and is nearly tripled by the time we get to FY28. What I'm trying to get at is, are the district's energy costs increasing by that specific amount? Or is it that we are using more and more of the SETF to cover our district energy costs?
I think,
Have the district's energy costs tripled?
I don't, so not having access to those bills per se, I don't know if their costs are increasing. I know based on the projections they're giving us, that's based more on a projection than on actual costs, which we unfortunately don't have access to at this point. But we're working with DGS to get that information so that we can address these type of projections to assist in how we can lower those costs, right? If everyone else's costs are going down, the district should be no district. There's ways to allow that to happen as well. The
But
mayor
Director,
has.
they're taking your money. You should know if our energy bills are going up by that much, if they're taking more and more of your money.
Well, that's what I was going to say. So we're working with the mayor's office and DGS coming together so that we can assist with getting a number that makes sense so that it can work. I mean, don't have the actual information yet, but I think this past year and past few months has put a new emphasis on our affordability from the district perspective, and they're allowing us to actually work more closely with the energy component of DGS. Nick's been working more closely with that particular task force that's been put together, so I'll let him highlight some points from there. But it's definitely something that we feel we can have an impact on with regards to the district energy
But
bills.
I could get my head around us using part of the SETF if what we were doing was we're investing in the district to reduce energy demand.
Mhm.
That's not what we're doing. Is being taken a larger and larger share just to pay the power bills. That's what's happening. And yesterday, or not yesterday, last week when we had the DDOT hearing, we talked about, and DDOT was kind of appropriately bragging about this. They changed, everybody's gone through the lighting, your street lights have changed, and we've put in LED lights. It's actually a really good idea. We have more energy efficient light fixtures. They are all digitally connected, so we can detect an outage a lot faster. There's dimming that can take place based on specific needs. It works really well. It's also saving us a lot of money. So the DOEE director told us we went from an $11 million energy bill for streetlights to a $3 million energy bill for streetlights. That's substantial savings. I'd argue that's a really smart investment to help save costs as well as probably just run more efficiently. So if my streetlights went down by $8 million, it's just one example, but that's an example of being more energy efficient. I don't believe the SETF dollars are being taken because our energy costs have tripled. They just see a pot of money they can come after. When we look at the BSA, the FY27 proposed budget gives authority to DGS to spend more in FY27. Why isn't DGS only pulling from the mayor's energy surcharge fund?
So they are. I think
Only. Why are they not only pulling from that?
they should be. So that fund was established with DGS approximately 2 months ago, working with them to make sure they finally had that fund established and set. So that fund has been established and set. So funds will only be coming from that fund,
But if we're
not from
transferring,
SETF.
but if this budget transfers more money out of the SETF into that. The whole point was to have the mayor's energy surcharge fund be able to say, even though I disagree with it, but like, let's be honest with ratepayers. You're all paying on your bills for the power bills of your city, but now even more of the SETF is being taken rather than just the mayor's energy surcharge.
Yeah, so
Sounds like you're saying additional funds is coming out of SETF. The funds that are going to DGS is coming out of the the MESF, the Mayor's Energy Surcharge Fund. It's not coming out of the SETF. That fund was set up in 25 for FY26.
Are we not seeing in FY27 more dollars being swept from SETF?
I know that's.
So I'll answer that in two ways. One is as we kind of covered a minute ago, the amount of money allocated to the MESF through the surcharges, it's what it's defined, goes from 70 million this year to 80 million next year. That is obviously an increase. That was also defined in last year's budget. So last year's budget laid out those amounts and set the maximum spending through the MESF. There is in the kind of large table of transfers some additional, but I would argue quite small, a few tens of thousands of dollars out of SETF for this coming year and for FY 28, I don't know where that money is being
Right.
allocated, but the additional sort of called sweep through those intergovernment transfers for SETF is very small. The larger amount is that amount that was defined in the budget last year and it persists this year. Right?
So according to, a lot of the traffic that I'm getting, there is, I wish they would, because it just keeps flicking up. There are no SETF funds budgeted for DGS in FY 27.
Because we're calling it the Mayor's Energy Surcharge Fund.
Well,
That's what
that fund
DGS
has been
is
set
for.
up, right? That fund has been
Right.
established. And so those funds that come from PEPCO should be going, or utilities should go directly into that fund. And then the funds that go into SETF should come directly into SETF.
All right, we can follow up
Yeah, we want
afterwards
to have
too
to
to
be
drill
more.
on that, but that
Yes.
we're having less and less with SETF to be able to get done what is supposed to be done. And more that is being taken from ratepayers that's just going straight into covering costs for the district power bills. From my perspective, when a ratepayer, a resident opens up their power bill and they see a sustainable energy trust fund surcharge listed, because most of our power bills still don't even say Mayor's Energy Surcharge yet, almost a year after this was passed into law. We're not being transparent. We're not being honest with ratepayers about what's happening. I understand the utility companies and the mayor's folks want to drag their feet on putting that on your bills, probably because they're trying to hide it. But they're taking the funds from what you believe is sustainable energy investments just to pay for power bills. And that to me is wrong. And again, we're just not being transparent or honest with the ratepayers. If we're going to take their money, be honest about it. It's a pattern that we have seen in this budget, be it childcare and the pay equity fund, be it paid family leave, or be it this, that I think is really disingenuous to ratepayers and the people we go to ask to help fund their government. And we're just taking the money. This proposed budget just takes the money, and that's not good. All right, let me switch to healthy homes funding for a second. With the proposed, yep.
Before you
can turn your mic on, sir.
Before you proceed, I just wanted to clarify some numbers that I gave earlier. The 24% reduction for the NRA, just want to be on, since we're on record, I want to clarify that. That change was from FY 23 to FY 27. That 24% change. Just want to make sure
Yeah, no, I appreciate you clarifying that. All right, so that was from which year to which year? Just so we have it.
FY 23 to FY 27. That's that 24% change.
Okay. In other words, you're trying to clarify that was not a 1 year reduction.
Correct.
It was over a couple of years.
Just want to be clear.
Nope, I hear you. Okay. All right, healthy homes funding. With the proposed FY 27 budget, it's pretty clear our Healthy Homes Act is going to see major reductions in funding and support. How much is allocated to Healthy Homes implementation in FY 27?
Yeah. Sure. So for FY 27, we have, so two-part answer. For FY 27, we have federal funds allocated to the tune of about $19 million. So if remember, we have two distinct awards under those federal rebate funds, the IRA rebate funds, as we call them. They're about half and half. So of that 19 million, half would be funds that we would direct to our affordable home electrification program for small buildings, and half would go to the Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator for larger buildings. That's the federal allocation. What we would be able to allocate specifically to support those programs through SETF, we're still working to figure out. And it comes back to what I was saying a minute ago about, we know that there will be less money available. How close that is to zero for either of those funds will be determined once we know the exact numbers for the budget going into FY 27. But right now, we don't expect to be able to spend specifically of those funds that go to the AHEP program, the smaller buildings, because they do have that kind of quasi matching component. We don't really expect to be able to spend much of those funds at all. The other funds are a little bit more flexible because the federal rules allow us to spend, close to or as much as 100% of the cost that a building owner faces, as long as they are meeting a certain set of energy targets. Does that help?
mean, somewhat, but you talk about the federal dollars, how much of our local funds is going to be allocated for healthy homes implementation?
So typically this year and in previous years, the way we fund the DCSEU is through that base contract that funds a bunch of programs that support their performance benchmarks. And really, Ben and the team determine how those funds get spent. They have a sense of what they're trying to hit through the benchmarks that are defined in law, and they design and implement the programs. Then in this year and years past, we would add additional funds onto the contract that would go to things like the Healthy Homes program. So at this point, because of the available funds for SETF, that base contract, just that minimum that we would allocate, would go down from about 20 to about 12 million. And we don't currently have any additional funds allocated to the DCSEU to do those supplemental programs like the Healthy Homes programs. What we will work with the SEU to do is to figure out of that, if that is the final number of that 12 million, can we refocus in a way that we wouldn't normally do under the base contract, some of their programming and funding to help those support those Healthy Homes programs and supplement the federal funds. So the short answer is we don't know right now because we haven't gone through the full exercise to figure out exactly what are we trying to carve out of this sort of much reduced amount that the SEU would have available to it in the next fiscal year.
Well, I think under the proposed budget from the mayor, the answer is 0 right now.
Unless and until we've worked with the SEU to restructure the way they sort of normally do business, yes, I would agree with that. Yeah.
Right. I'm hearing you answer in kind of two parts. One is, but correct me if I'm not hearing it correctly. Under the proposed FY27 budget as is, there'd be 0. If that becomes the approved budget, DOEE would then go to SEU, perhaps restructure the contract a bit where some of the reduced from 20 down to 12 would be moved around, but that's going to come at the expense of something else that's not going to happen. And so I would still call that 0 right now. You kind of have some backup contingency plans about how to restructure perhaps, but it's still all a massive reduction that really starts with a 0.
That's accurate.
Okay. All right. Let me go to some of the operational budget issues. So despite the enormous reduction to DOE's operating budget, the budget book only reflects a loss, say only, of 34 FTE positions. So about a 6% reduction of positions. You talked about earlier, some of this perhaps is greenhouse gas reduction fund money where you had FTEs that you were in the process of hiring for. Those dollars are frozen. And so you make the choice to say, let's eliminate those FTEs. So those FTEs are on paper. They're not people. And greenhouse gas represents a certain portion. But I thought based on oversight, that fund, that was going to be 5 FTEs or thereabouts. Was it more than 5 FTEs?
When you looked at the cumulative, what was planned for the entire grant,
Yeah.
then that's a larger number than the 5. Like,
Well, I guess where are the 34 FTEs coming from then, I guess? Maybe that's a better way to ask the question. If there's 34 FTEs being removed in this proposed budget, what's the breakdown on where those positions would be?
okay, get that.
So I don't have the actual breakdown. When we took an executive decision to pause some positions, we're trying to meet our mark. We came up with a number based on the analysis ran by our finance department that we need to maintain 14.70% vacancy, 14.70% vacancy rate to stay within the mark for local dollars and also for SBR dollars. So we didn't pinpoint a particular program area. We just looked at DOE as a whole when we made that decision. Our goal was to protect the staff that we currently have. And if you weren't in-house, we're going to look at that and pause those positions. Now, that doesn't mean that we're not going to hire positions, but we're just going to maintain the 14.7% agency vacancy savings. So I know that some programs are feeling it a little bit more than some. Our strategy to do that was to look at the local dollars that were committed to those positions or the SPR dollars that were committed to those positions. So if you had some programs were more heavily locally funded or SPR funded, may have taken a bigger hit than the other programs that are federally funded.
But
And
you don't have a list of where the 34
yes,
vacant
We do have a
positions
list. I just don't have it here with me at this
But
point.
it's
Yeah,
the
we-
budget hearing.
right.
Yeah.
Well, so looking at it from the agency perspective, so here's kind of how we got to the 14%, right? I went back and looked at the history of our budgets and vacancies and vacancy rates. So if I go back to, I'll just go back 3 years on here. So if I go back to FY 23, we had a 15.7% vacancy rate. 24, we had a 12% vacancy rate. 25, we had a 17% vacancy rate roughly. So knowing what our mark was this year, being around an 8% point, we calculated that if we could maintain, if we could take 14% of those vacancies that we normally carry, that could cover the mark that we needed to cover without actually impacting real FTEs that are at the agency. So that's where the number of 34 came from. 24 of those positions that were vacant or we carry in as vacant came from NRA, and then the other 10 positions are kind of divvied up throughout the agency. So like 1 position in USA, 2 or 3 positions in ESA, it kind of got divvied up, and 1 in OSA. So they got divvied up over the other administrations. The biggest reduction was in the NRA level of FTEs that they carry on the books. So again, because of what we know what our normal average vacancy rate is, that kind of falls in the ballpark of what we would have been looking at historically anyway, knowing that we also carried we carry double-digit vacancies year over year. And knowing that, again, knowing historically that I also carry a larger number of vacancies in NRA on an annual basis. That was an area that I knew that I could go to in order to achieve the percentage cut that was given to me, but also ensuring that the staff that was there were still being maintained and fully funded. So that's how we kind of the direction we went to get to the number, and that's how we went to knowing where I knew where I had my biggest room to make my reduction at without actually impacting overall budget for FTEs.
All right. So you do have a breakdown of the FTE positions
Yes.
that are being eliminated. Okay.
Yes, I can get you that. Yeah.
All right. Are there any existing employees that are being separated through
No.
elimination of these positions?
That's always my primary driver for the last 3 budgets I've created, and given the current conditions, nobody will be let go.
Okay. So when we look at the FY 26 Schedule A, it does list 152 vacant positions, which amounts to about 100 FTEs, which will be odd for people to hear that vacant positions and FTEs don't exactly line up, but that's budgeting.
Yes.
Your submitted Schedule A includes 150 vacancies. From what we're looking at, environmental protection specialists is the category of position carrying the most vacancies. Environmental protection specialists. What functions of the agency are hampered by short staffing of that position type if we have that many vacancies for environmental protection specialists?
So the bulk of our positions in ESA and NRA are environmental protection specialists. Environmental protection specialist is a catch-all PD that covers literally all the programs, 90% of the programs at ESA and NRA. And so that's why when you see ESA come up as a large percentage, it's really multiple programs: water, air, haz waste, underground storage tanks. All those positions are identified as environmental protection specialists. So if I'm removing 24 positions from NRA, they're probably all going to be environmental type specialists, but that's spread out over multiple programs within NRA. So 2 in.
But was the agency holding them, or were you advertising for them, trying to fill them, or were they subject to a hiring freeze?
All the positions that were utilized in order for us to make the mark were not advertised positions. We did do the advertised positions for this past job fair they had in December. So we brought on a lot of staff last several months. But those positions that were booked or will be booked in 27, those would not be positions that would be advertised or put out there on the market to be actually hired.
Okay.
Those
So-
34, yeah.
So we've been holding 34 positions that we're not advertising for, we're not trying to fill, and are not subject to the hiring freeze.
Historically, this is another one of my challenges. So yes, in the way our budget is and the way that we have budgeted for FTEs has not always been the most efficient. So again, during times when we added positions to the budget over the course of the last several years, a lot of positions were added to our budget with a need, but then that need never came to fruition to allow us to actually hire. So then those positions kept being booked onto our budget. So that allows for this, like you said, 150. I think in 25, I had 100 vacancies in 25. So now my vacancy went up to 155 in 26. Again, booking positions partly from grant funding that we should have received, that added positions that we would have anticipated needing. So our FT numbers are kind of going up, but it's in anticipation of work coming. Unfortunately, that work has not been has come to fruition, but the numbers are still there. The numbers are still has to still be budgeted. So by freezing those numbers or not using those numbers for 27, that allowed me to make my mark with my current staff. Keeping my current staffing levels what they are, backfilling and filling critical positions, those are still moving forward, but I knew I had space to utilize for this particular budget for 27.
Okay. So how many positions are we holding either from expected grants or others that are going to remain vacant?
The 34 that we put in there, the 34 that we put into our 27 budget, those are the only positions that we plan on doing that. All other positions, we plan on moving those forward.
The other 100 or so?
Yeah, those, I mean, you know, there was,
A lot of vacancies to fill.
we do have a lot of vacancies to fill. We did fill a lot of vacancy with the last job fair. We'll move forward with these vacancies. And again, I'm always still though, part of this is how we're funding all the positions. None of our positions are 100% funded. Usually they're split between multiple sources. But do I have enough funding, or is there enough funding that exists so that position is funded down the road versus we have funding for 2 years? If my manager's coming and telling me they only got funding for 2 years, they need to show me a longer track for that funding for that position. If it's a backfill because something happened, that's straightforward. But some of the other ones where I don't see a dedicated funding stream going out, I'm not necessarily going to fill that. But then I also, again, should not be creating new positions based on future funding that may or may not come as well. So we have to do a better job managing our hiring, our FTE count. Again, took advantage of it for 27. I hope to be in a better place going into 28, but for 27, it was needed. Looking at the way our numbers are, but yeah, it does skew us. Excuse me, it does skew us when you're looking at the budget chapter and how that works. So that's some work that we have to do internally to make sure that we're better aligned with what's going on in our chapter.
All right. Are there any of those 100+ vacant positions that are subject to a hiring freeze?
At this time, no. Not, I mean, like from the mayor's office, something like that, no. Whatever the district policy is, that's the policy we're following. There's nothing internal, so it all depends on what the policy, but we've moved forward with positions. We're still moving forward
So
with
do
positions.
you have any limitations on hiring?
To my knowledge at this time, no.
Okay. All right. Yes, sir.
Just to be clear, the number that was given, the 34 positions, that was our decision internally to freeze those positions to meet the mark. So those were not restricted via the waiver process or anything like that. That was just our internal decision to pause those positions.
Okay. Yep. I think you made that clear. There's no other positions though. The other vacant positions, the 100+, do not have a hiring freeze. You're not having to apply for a waiver to hire them. They don't have a hiring freeze.
No, sir. No.
All right. So folks out there, there's more than 100 positions that could be hired today for DOE.
As we've already posted several, we'll continue to post. We're not posting as fast right now, you know, trying to let the water settle, but yeah, we're still moving positions forward.
How many people did DOE hire last year?
Yeah, I wanted that number. I was thinking about that number this morning, and it's about 21 positions came on during the last hiring freeze. I know that about approximately of those, about 5 of those were managers because I got all my management positions filled, but we brought in over 20 people into the agency starting like December, coming into January, February. So we've had a lot of people come in these past few months.
That's 2026.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many new people were hired in 2025?
I could not tell you that number.
How many in 2024? Has DOE ever brought on 100+ people in one calendar year?
No.
Why do we expect to be able to do it now?
I'm not expecting to bring on 100 people in a calendar year. I'm saying the positions are available that I can move forward to, to continue hiring people. The reason why I'm at this level of such high vacancy is because, again, we've booked positions. Those positions didn't come to fruition, and it just made our FTE count increase. So the vacancies increased because the positions weren't filled because they stayed on the books, whether or not the funding, I shouldn't say whether or not the funding was there, but they were supposed to be brought on for, say, a grant of some sort. The grant didn't come through, but the number was already created in the previous budget. So now I have these FTEs put onto the books that are not going to get filled. So they sit there, but they're not filling me because I don't have a funding source that's going to provide 100% funding for that position. They may have had some local funding, but if they did not get the federal grant, so they've only had 40% of the funding, I'm not going to fill that position, but that position is going to still sit on my books. That number has increased over years. Actually, I got my numbers from 21 to 25, and it's always showed anywhere from 112. The lowest we ever got to was 68 vacancies in FY24, but we've always carried an exceptionally high number of vacancies. And again, a lot of history to that, but a lot of it is it's having those numbers booked, but not being able to necessarily have a full funding for each one of those positions, or whether it's on the local side or whether it's on a grant side.
All right. I'll spend a little time now focused on both underspending and overspending. All right, so the council's budget office works with the CFO and agencies and pulls year-to-date spending based off what was revised and approved budgets. It may not tell the full picture of what's going on, but it also can tell us what's going on here, because we are today, May 4th, we are more than halfway through a fiscal year. If I look at the natural resources, the approved budget was $19.6 million. The FY26 available balance is $12.6 million, meaning that close to 65% of what was approved hasn't actually been spent. If I look at environmental, 77% hasn't been spent. Why? There could be plenty of reasons. Why, as we sit here at the beginning of May, do we see such large amounts of approved, authorized spending has not been expended?
Glad you asked me that question finally. So I just completed a round with all of my administrations going through their budget, where we're at with the burn rate for each administration for
Let's
FY.
not call it a burn rate,
Not a burn rate.
but I know what you mean.
How much their spending has been to date. And so we've went through each administration. And yes, for example, if I look at Natural Resource Administration currently, based on these numbers are based on as of April 30th. We know we have a 42% usage rate in PS costs and a 26% in our MPS budget. When we dig down into the numbers and have those conversations with each administration, we're able to explain those numbers, or they're able to explain those numbers to me so that I know kind of where we're at in terms of contracting. The majority of the money is spent in the fourth quarter for certain grants. So we know that grants makes up $6.1 million of their overall budget. Contracts makes up $4.6 million of their overall budget. Right now, their current rate is like 22% of grants have been spent. 31% of contracts have been spent, but we're projecting to spend 100% of all of our contracts for NPS. So we went through this exercise with each administration, looking to know, because we know when we come up at the end of the year, we tend to try to get there, but we wanted to have a better handle as we go through the year. So we've created a new database, and that allows us to see it at the agency level, what each administration is doing, and then having that conversation with each administration. So we've identified some areas that we need to be mindful of. There were a couple of places where we know the money is not going to be spent. So we may have to do some reprogramming to get that money put into a better place to be spent, but where we're currently at may not be possible. If I look at my Environmental Services Administration, again, the PS budget to date has been 44% spent. NPS budget's only been spent at 4%. But when I start breaking it down, looking at where the highest numbers are, I see where my challenges are. I have 7.2 million in contracts that still needs to be spent. We're anticipating, because there's still 2 contracts that need to be issued. Those contracts will be issued, and then money will start to be spent. Right now, the projection is only 46%, but we'll work on that. Professional services is 7.1 million. Again, that's another contractual issue we'll have out there. There's 2.1 million in auto equipment money. That's DARA money, or diesel emission money. So we're working with DPW to purchase some additional electric vehicles. So that purchase should happen by the end of the fiscal year. So we anticipate, again, that money will be spent out at the end of the fiscal year. So by doing this exercise, it's definitely going to allow us to better ensure that we're closer to actually spending our budget moving forward. Again, we just had these particular reviews last week. This will occur on a quarterly basis with each administration. And moving into, as we go forward, this will become part of our daily routine, so that we're looking at our budget closely to ensure that we're actually spending, so that these low rate that does appear when everybody else is looking at our budget and saying we're not spending our money, we're better able to provide more insider information on why we may be at a certain point, but we really do know what our projection is for actually spending that money by the end of the fiscal year.
Yeah. I think it's important to be able to help point out through here. For example, you could have a grant that's a reimbursable grant.
Mhm.
And so the dollars aren't going to leave the agency until later, because it's structured as a reimbursable grant. So in that situation, I shouldn't look at a balance sitting in an administration and think there's a problem, because it's not supposed to go out yet. You could be looking at a contract that until October 1, you didn't even have authority for OCP to even start advertising the
Correct.
contract. And so those take months to go through. Those are important things. In a time when this is a very difficult budget, though, if I see agencies that don't have an explanation for each one of here's where these dollars are being spent, it becomes very ripe for reprogramming, not within your administration, out of your department.
Completely understand. That's why we started these exercises, so that we can, when those questions come, we're able to provide accurate information or up-to-date information on what's exactly going on with any particular pot of money that we have. So that's why we're starting to do these, because that's important, because
Yep.
we know it's being looked at. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to hear you're doing that process internally. I would ask, after our hearing, if my committee team can also check in with your team to make sure we see and understand what you're
Okay.
saying. So we understand where it may be a reimbursable grant. It may be a contract that's pending. And it's just not, if I'm only looking at the numbers, it's not going to get reflected very well there. But give a little context. Now we understand why we're seeing it at this snapshot point in time, where the balance is where it is.
Absolutely, sir. I mean, again, that's why we pretty much started this, because we know, other eyes are looking. So we need to have answers, or put us in a better position to have answers if we knew this information ourselves versus trying to find information when a question is asked. So trying to get in front of it.
Okay. So let me look at a different category, though. The energy administration. So that was allotted at $40.8 million, has a little less than 7 million left. So that has an available balance of 17%, but we have more than 17% of the fiscal year left. So in the same way that I look at the others and see a larger balance, why am I seeing here a smaller balance overall. Should I reflect that? Does that look like overspending over the course of the fiscal year? Is that the nature of the timing of when those different allotments go out? If I see only 17% of available balance left now, but I got more than 70% of the fiscal year, it could give me concern. Help give that one a little flavor and context.
Sure. So that one involves our DCSEU contract. So I'll let Nick talk to that one.
Yeah, I believe that's what you're seeing. So when we, and Ben spoke to this a little bit, and I think when he was speaking earlier, you know, at the beginning of the fiscal year, we load, if you will, funding onto the DCSEU contract. And that becomes sort of an obligation on our books. And so it can look, depending on the report you're looking at, I think it could look like a spent amount, even though all we've really done is said, we've taken that money, we've said it's set aside, and it's to be supporting the DCSEU contract. But the DCSEU obviously carries out their work month by month with their subcontractors. And so that actually leads to the issue you were talking about a moment ago, Councilmember, which is that you have a CBE contractor billing the SEU, they get paid. DCSEU bills us, we pay them. Part of that funding might have come from a federal grant. Now then we request, you know, reimbursement from the federal government for that money. So there can be both what looks like sort of an advance payment as well as sort of that delay on the back end, if that helps.
Yep. All right. So from the energy administration standpoint, that balance, you have no hesitation that that's the required balance left for the remainder of the fiscal year.
I would say we're not at this point concerned about being able to spend the money we have. We do have money that shows up on our books that's related to some of the stuff we talked about earlier with the GGRF funds or the charging and fueling infrastructure funds, which again, we might be able to if things change, but right now we don't anticipate being able to spend.
Sorry, what I'm getting at is, does it give me concern that we're going to be overspending of what was authorized there? So if there's only 17% left of the account for the remaining 5 months of a fiscal year, does that tell me we're headed towards overspending there? Or is it the nature of the spending over the course of the year? That's just what will be spent over the remainder of the fiscal year, but that does not indicate like a smooth monthly allocation and then we're about to hit overspending.
Correct. It does not indicate that. It will be what will be spent by the end of the year. So we will not go over our projected budget for that year, for this
Okay.
year.
That's what I was trying to get at is and again, it speaks a little bit to the unevenness of the spending over the course of a fiscal year. Okay. Yeah. All right. I'm going to go through a few changes that we're trying to understand and adjustments on account group level spending. So now we're getting into the weeds a little bit here. So I'm starting with personnel services. The line item for continuing full-time seems to be increased slightly by about $1 million, balanced against a fringe benefit reduction of about $1 million. We're also reducing apparently the continuing full-time by 3.3 million. Can you help us understand what's going on the account group level spending with these changes?
For the continuing full-time employment,
I'm looking at continuing full-time going up by about $1 million. If we're reducing overall FTEs, help me understand why we're seeing that go up.
some totals. I believe. So the reason, part of the way we do our PS budget is we budget continuing full-time employment. And I thought there was another category, but there's in our budget development, there's 2 different ways we budget FTEs. And so we shifted people around. Steve, is this?
I realize I'm also referencing a table without giving you the table number. So in case that's helpful here, it's table KG0-3.
Yep, that's what I'm looking at.
Okay. I realize when I'm going to just cite something, if I don't give you the benefit of telling you what table, it's going to be a little hard.
Go ahead.
Without looking at the table, I'm assuming that we have permanent FTEs and we have term FTEs. And because those reductions in positions that we're not going to fill in FY27, we have reductions in our term employees, but our permanent employees number might be going up. Because, those people shift from being a term employee to being a permanent employee after a number of years in district government. So that number could go up while the overall number would be going down.
Thanks, Steve. And that's what the team said. Yeah, that's what I couldn't remember. Yeah, we do have two types of employees. We have term employees and permanent employees. And depending on how the administration funds, they'll shift employees' costs from either term or perm. And then that gets reflected in how it is here. So this past year, we had roughly 45 to 60 in staff moved from a term status to a permanent status. So at DOEE, usually if you've been in a term status for 5 years, after 5 years, we move you into a permanent status. We were behind in that transition, but we kind of caught that up. So a lot of employees are moving into a permanent position now, are classified as being permanent versus being in a term. And so that shifts where the funding is located from the permanent position to the term positions. So that's why there's probably that increase in funding, but it's just more of a real allocation of where the person is identified, whether they're perm or term.
Okay, got it. That's helpful. All right, I'm gonna look at another table now, and this is trying to understand some of the reductions by division and activity. I don't know if this is restructuring or what this represents. But so related with energy administration, for example, it looks like within the table that there's an $11 million cut to benchmarking, a $51 million reduction to clean energy, and a $4 million reduction to weatherization. Is that the nature of restructuring? Is that a reduction? Can you walk me through that one, Ms. Berger?
Yeah, those don't reflect real reductions. So for example, benchmarking is the shorthand name for one of our divisions that existed before we reorged effectively 2 years ago. And so we've been working to make sure that the budget structure reflects the current division structure and those names. So that 11 million came when, as we talked about earlier, council restored funds to the agency last year. In that process, the funds got dropped into the benchmarking division, but the benchmarking division didn't exist at that point fundamentally.
Okay.
And so what you're seeing there is not a zeroing out. It's just that in the current fiscal year, we account for that money in a place that it probably shouldn't have been. And next year, that line item will be zero because we don't use that line item anymore. The clean energy reduction, I think, is mainly about those grant reductions that we were talking about to kind of make that strike that balance between what funding do we have and what we might have.
Yep. Okay, that's helpful. And in almost every agency, we find a reorg will show up as major reductions or major increases that may not truly be major reductions or major increases. So we need to just work with you after the hearing to make sure we have a crosswalk so we can see where those different pieces are aligning.
Absolutely.
There are two notable reductions in the environmental division. The air quality division received a $1.1 million reduction, and the lead safe and healthy housing program received a $727,000 reduction. Are those actual reductions?
So the 1.1 million change in air quality is reflective of that grant that we spoke about. The lead reduction is reducing the lead filter money. So we don't need as much lead filter money because that program is, matured enough where we don't use as much funds. So we cut back on the funding for that particular for the filtering program. So those funds were cut back. So that's what that reflects because, again, that market has matured. We have stock, we have supplies, and we're just kind of revamping a little bit how we do it, but that allowed for some reduction in that program as well.
Okay, so you believe you have the stock and quantity of filters?
Yes, we definitely have a stock and quantity in filters for the child care development centers. Yeah, we definitely have a stock. We also have additional, that's one of the few additional grant funds from the feds in terms of that area where we do have sufficient funding coming in from the feds to account for that as well.
Okay. All right. All right, let me go through now Natural Resources Administration. again, appears to be a $2.2 million cut. Another reduction, SPR funds we've mentioned earlier, and then the 24 FTEs that we talked about earlier. So I think we've covered the FTEs, are vacant positions that you were not hiring for. So that does not represent a reduction in services necessarily,
Correct.
but the $2.2 million cut is representative of what? What activities?
So the overall 2.2, gotcha. So Steve. 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
So Steve, we're talking about this section, that's the 2.2 cut, but these are the individual cuts are the shifting. Water inspection. 3.7, 5% change. The proposed budget this year. I'm sorry about that.
Well, that's okay.
So the quick answer, when you cut your budget for 2.2%. All right. We got something here. So looking at the 2.2 as a whole, what that represents is when you look at the number, because we're looking at the same table, right? KGO4, looking at divisions, water inspection enforcement, water quality, watershed protection, and regulatory review. So that cumulatively totals out to a change of 2.2 million or 2.2. What we did was looking at the sweeps that were given from the SPRs, the sweeps that my senior gave earlier, all those sweeps were accounted for within those 4 programs within, and I'm sorry, fisheries and wildlife is also included in that. But when you add up those 5 divisions within NRA and how we had to adjust for the SPRs that were swept in that group, that's where that 2.2 reduction comes from, is reduction in SPR funding.
All right.
Go ahead, Nick. I mean,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Quick clarification,
There you go.
that got a little bit more information. So last year when money was restored to our budget, there was a large amount put into bag fund. And that number has reverted to what it would normally be in a typical year. So normally it's about 2.1 million that we have for that, I believe. And last year it was more like 4.5 because money was brought back in, and it was all put into bag fund.
Okay. So what services or activities will be impacted by the $2.2 million reduction in this category?
Those would be the ones that Steve mentioned earlier in terms of the impacts of the grants and stuff that you mentioned earlier.
Okay.
Those same ones, that's what that reflects, is what those impacts are.
Got it.
And just to correct, there was one additional thing that I didn't mention, which was something I know that came up a lot in public testimony, which was the wildlife grants are a big portion of the reduction as well.
Yep. We heard a lot about that. All right, so we went through that list earlier, so we know it's significant. All right, so for the Urban Sustainability Administration, from FY26 to FY27, this seems to show a reduction of $794,000. I'll add on to that, the Budget Support Act proposes a change in the mechanism to transfer DOEE's 50% portion of the Green Buildings Fund from DOB. So DOE will receive these funds in a newly renamed Sustainable Materials and Buildings Fund.
Yes, sir. So the way we had been getting those funds in the past, it was not a fund designated. So
Mhm.
those funds would come into the SCTF account, and then we kind of try to manage it between Energy Administration and USA, how, making sure they got their proper disbursement. That created a couple issues, one being inflated the overall budget for SCTF, showing it available. Meanwhile, we knew 900,000 of that was dedicated to USA. So what we wanted to do was how could we get it into more control of the USA, but they would not allow us to create a new SPR because it came into the SPR DOB. So what we did was we had a renaming of our product stewardship SPR that we've always had. We just kind of expanded that name. So now those funds from DOB will come directly into that particular SPR, which is managed by USA. And so now it's more of a cleaner use of those funds there. They can control those funds better, for lack of a better word. And we have that separation that we needed. So that's why we renamed the fund to accommodate for the transfer from DOB into USA directly.
Okay. All right. So in that regard, it is a reduction or it's not a reduction overall?
It should not be a reduction in USA.
So I feel like it's showing a reduction of $794,000.
That reduction is from the final, the grant there's a EPA grant that they received, the pollution reduction control grant that they received. That grant goes away in 27.
Okay.
So that's that reduction there. But in regards to the fund, that's why we renamed that fund. So I'm sorry, two separate issues, but those are the answers to both.
Got
One,
it.
that
Yep.
and that one.
Okay. All right. I'm going to move to the budget support action in just a second to work through several pieces there, but I want to kind of go through some of what we heard at the hearing last week, just to confirm that everybody's working off the same thing and seeing the same thing. So we obviously heard a lot of testimony, for example, related to the city's wildlife rehabilitation, city wildlife. So under the FY27 proposed budget, does it eliminate the funding for city wildlife's grant?
Yes, sir.
The district waterways contract, is that eliminated?
Yes, sir. Yeah, those three. Yes.
Okay. Anacostia River bag bill funds is reduced by $542,000. And then within that, other many programs would be within that, but that's what we're seeing is 542,000.
Yes, sir.
We also heard testimony about the Near Nature Schools program. Is that funded through the bag bill 542,000, or is that separate from the $542,000 reduction?
It's within that.
It's within that one. Okay. For FY26, so for the fiscal year we're in right now, we did hear people say that the watershed educational experiences was restored to 66% of the previous, or is that within FY27?
No, that's shifting. Yeah, we're increasing it in FY27.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Hickey Run Trash Trap, fully funded
In
In FY27,
in 27. Okay. And the trash trap maintenance grants are funded 100%.
in FY27.
Okay. And then River Smart Homes program for FY27, where does that?
It still has a reduction. I will have to look at the exact amount. I think we're at about 66%, maybe a little bit more. I'll have to double check though.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. I'm going to move on to some BSA subtitle language. We'll work through that now. All right. So for the stormwater funding sweep, so the BSA proposes to sweep an additional 4.4 million from the Stormwater Permit Compliance Enterprise Fund over to DPW's street cleaning programs. And a reminder, this is on top of the $10 million from last year. So I think this is going to put additional pressure on DOEE and your ability to carry out stormwater programs. Street sweeping technically, I think, can count towards some stormwater program, but we heard pretty overwhelmingly, it's not like we're seeing any additional street sweeping. All this is doing is just carrying on the same street sweeping we already had in our city. It's just paying for it from you guys, not DPW. So it's a creative budget gimmick of taking DOE dollars, putting it DPW, doing the thing they were already doing, and then somehow trying to claim we're meeting our MS4 permit, which we're not. You've got $13 million left, if I understand correctly, in that stormwater permit compliance enterprise fund. Am I reading that correct? That there is about 13 million left in that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. One of our witnesses from last week talked about green infrastructure. It's one of the best storm management practices that we can do. And if we're having to triage or prioritize, that's where we do it. What are the higher priority MS4 uses that the district is not going to do because we're just shifting out to DPW's regular street sweeping?
You want to go ahead, Steve?
Sure. There are main shortfalls in meeting our MS4 permit obligation are that we are short on meeting the number of acres that we need to manage for like this new green infrastructure that needs to be installed. And additionally, performing green infrastructure maintenance on the existing facilities. Those are our two big areas where we have shortfalls.
Okay. And I believe when I asked this question last year, does this budget potentially put us out of compliance with our MS4 permit? Will we be able to meet the goals? Last year you said, correct. It means that we will likely become out of compliance. Is that still true?
Yes. At this time, yes.
Yeah. Okay. As part of DC's MS4 permit since 1999, the district government collects various pollution reduction activities, including planting thousands of trees each year, collecting millions of pounds of trash. But literally the first box on your permit application requires the DOE certify there are sufficient finances, staff, and resources to implement the permit. So kind of right where we are. And this year, DOE staff are forced to tell EPA that local funding is not enough to meet the MS4 permit requirements. What have other jurisdictions faced when they don't hit their MS4 requirements?
So I think one of the things that is not discussed when we talked about that, or when you know, I'm listening to those discussions, is that normally it's looked at as terms of the life of the permit, right? The permit is, in this case, a 5-year permit. We have approximately or roughly 2 years left on that permit that we need to hit all the goals within that permit. I think when that statement was made or when we submitted that last annual report, that's the box that we checked because at this, you know, at that time when the box was checked, that was an accurate statement. So that's how that report was submitted. But given that we still have 2 years to go on the permit, we're still pursuing or will, pursue like we're going to do what we can to meet that permit. There is a lot more than just the financial obligation. There is the acreage obligation that Steve spoke about. That's going to be, even if we were 100% had all the funding available, that acreage number was always going to be a problem from the time that permit was given to us. And for me, that's kind of what when I have my discussions with EPA, even regional and at the headquarter level, when I have those conversations with both of them, I expressed that the acreage you gave us was a number that, was challenging even before, when you gave us that number, we were going to be challenged to meet that number. There was acknowledgement that that number was going to be challenging. So right now, even if everything was to be hitting properly, the fact that that number was always going to be a challenge still puts us at jeopardy because of that. I'm not using that. I'm not saying that as an excuse. I'm saying the reality of that entire grant was challenging from the very beginning. This doesn't help it. I'll admit that. But at the same time, there's more component to that overall meeting of that particular permit than just the financial component. We have to look at the acreage. We have to look at the maintenance, which I don't know if it was anticipated, if it was thought about, but that's definitely an area that is our most vulnerable, is the maintenance area. Yes.
Yep. Okay. I agree with you. I can hear you. We still have a little bit of time until we're formally out of compliance because we have a couple of years, but the hole we're digging for ourselves is just getting deeper and deeper. What would it look like if things radically turned around in the last 12 to 18 months of a permit? How would you dig out of that hole?
I think I could, if it was radically different, I could probably get real close to the top of the hole, but I would still be in a hole because the acreage number puts me at a disadvantage. So that's what I mean. I think if everything came together, had sufficient funding to do all the maintenance, we clicked on all the installations and everything moved forward, at the end of that grant, there's still a good chance that I would not meet the grant because I could not make the acreage numbers, which is like, I think 10,917 acres, square feet.
Mhm.
And I don't think there's enough going on in the city for us to accommodate that particular number. Again, we submitted comments when the grant was given to us. We didn't sign off on the grant. It was just, it's given by EPA. We understood. But it was not a number that we agreed with at the time, but that was still the number that they gave us. So I think we will always still have we would never have been, the asphalt would never have been smooth. It would have had a little slump in there, even if everything worked out great. That's where I'm at right now. I would love to be wrong. I would love to get to the flat surface. But I just think there's a lot of factors there that we're going to continue to work against. And but we just have to be realistic about it as well. We shouldn't give up. We shouldn't throw in the towel. We should have the conversation with EPA like we continue to have. And we're going to continue to press forward to get what we can get.
Okay. I want to know, we've been joined by my Ward 7 colleague, Wendell Felder. I'm going to ask one or two more questions on the stormwater, then I'm going to turn to you for a round of questions here. So it appears in the budget that about $2.5 million is currently budgeted for vacant positions in the stormwater fund. 2.5 million for vacant positions in stormwater fund. Could that funding be used for some of the grants and contracts that have been cut in this budget? Or do we believe that we are somehow going to hire up $2.5 million worth of vacant positions in the stormwater fund?
Steve?
So the 24, not all of them, but a number of the 24 FTEs that are cut in Natural Resources Administration are paid for out of that fund. So we're actually going to be reducing those vacancies greatly, and know that basically that's getting us to a level where we can meet our budget. It's not like we won't have very many vacancies at the end of this fiscal year.
But this is the funding that seems to be, at least in the budget we're looking at, it looks like those dollars are still there. So are you saying you don't believe the dollars actually are there, that the positions have been eliminated and that funding?
Didn't realize that you were talking about that. No, so we do have some vacancies that we are trying to hire for. And yeah, we're, working to move to hire those positions, but we should be about fully staffed up.
But am I reading that correctly? That's approximately $2.5 million?
That must be accurate. We have like almost zero vacancies after the hiring that we intend to do this fiscal year.
Okay. How many FTEs is $2.5 million worth?
I can't answer that. I can answer it eventually, but I can't answer it right.
Okay. All right. I've got a few more questions I want to spend some time on, but Councilor Felder is here. I appreciate it. So let me turn to Councilor Felder for some questions, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Chairperson Allen, Director, members of your leadership team. It's good to see you. Director, as you are aware, residents all across the district are seeing increases in their utility costs. Specifically, residents in Ward 7 and 8 rely heavily on utility assistance programs. Could you share how much money is being reduced from utility assistance programs within your proposed budget for FY 2027?
So for FY 27, there is no reduction. We're still anticipating, the way the budget was designed was to have the federal funds that we normally were allocated, like for 26, those same funds will be allocated into 27. So from a federal perspective, those funds should still be there. There's the local funds, which is a very small pot, this should still be aligned in the 27 budget. So we're not looking for a reduction in that fund in FY 27.
With the reduction in local funding that goes towards utility assistance, I'm getting I see something differently. Well, let me ask a different question.
Well, I'm gonna make sure that I'm citing the right thing. I don't want to
Okay.
give you wrong information as well, so. Oh, okay, I'm with you now.
Okay.
I think some of the reductions we're talking about is under UAA administration, but then may not necessarily be under LAHI.
Okay.
So I'm
And
good,
and
sir.
just for the record, there's no reduction to LAHI.
LAHEAP, there's no reduction. There is reductions in UAA, but that's based on some of the other programs, weatherization, and some of the other things that we're doing there.
Okay.
That's different than LAHEAP itself. That's primarily at this time funded with federal dollars with a small local component,
Okay.
but those things are accounted for.
Okay. And
in
because of
27.
that, because of the reduction, could you speak to how many households will be impacted across the district with the federal reduction, because of the federal reduction?
So if we're talking about, go ahead.
So if you're looking at, there's no reduction in LAHI funding. There's a reduction in the special energy assessment fund, but that was budgeted under UAA. That money goes back to energy, I believe, in FY20 or FY27. So it's about $4 million in weatherization for EA. So the money isn't gone, it's just reallocated somewhere else.
Okay. Thank you for that. Okay. Now I want to shift gears to two specific DOEE projects in Ward 7. You have the Cayman Island Education Center and you have the Fort DuPont Riparian Corridor. Director, could you speak to how does your budget, or rather your budget shows that Cayman has over $3 million in remaining funds of its $4.7 million. Can you speak to what's driving the slow spend down?
The contract. So we had to get the contract issued for doing the study and everything for the building. So you're talking about the capital dollars in terms of the Cayman Island Educational Center, right? So it was 4.7 million. And so the spend right now is about 788,000. Again, the contract was issued, I would say about 6 weeks ago. We finally got a contract out the door so we can start working with those contractors to get these dollars spent. So everything is moving in that direction for the process, but the reason why it's taking this long is because of the type of contract. Originally, we were going with a fixed price contract. That turned and did not become the vehicle that we could utilize. That was about a year ago. We had to reshuffle and restart the contracting process as a different type of contract,
Okay.
time and material type contract. And so that now has taken about 9 months to get done. So now that we finally have the contract issued, we have a vendor on board, we can finally move forward with actually expending those dollars as we move forward.
Now, how much do you think your agency will spend for the project in this year?
I mean, for the rest, for
Mhm.
the balance of FY 26, the current year that we're in,
No, going into 27.
how much will we have spent?
How much do you project you will
Projected
spend?
spend, I'm sorry, I got it. I would have to get back to you on that number.
Okay.
If we just got that, since we just got it issued, I would have to get back to you
Okay.
with the actual number.
And I only ask that because given all of the development with RFK Stadium, there's a number of infrastructure related projects in the surrounding area. And what I don't want to have is a situation where you have a stadium, there's a lot of investments in the roads, but you have a historic district like Cayman Park and Heritage Islands and no development. I'm sorry, there's no investments, or the investments doesn't follow suit to what's happening on RFK.
No, totally understand. And we're, as the RFK project came online, we knew the work that we were doing at Cayman, again, close proximity to all that work. So we're definitely making sure that there's alignment there so that you don't have either duplication or how they can, feed off of each other, work better with each other. We're definitely in those conversations because we do not want to see what you're talking about happen as well.
And can you remind me when this project is supposed to be delivered?
Do we have a date? I don't believe we have a date because it's taken so long to get the contract.
I-
2 years. I'm getting 2 years from the audience, 2 years.
And will the slow spend impact the overall delivery date for this project?
Well, right now, we wouldn't have a delivery date because this original contract is to get that design and location and those kind of things done. So it's not the actual building itself.
Okay.
say no time.
Gotcha. So no, we don't have a timeline for the actual construction. We just we're just going to work on getting the plans where it needs to be at.
Okay,
Because again, there may be impact from other sources as well, so we need to take that in consideration.
thank you. Now shifting to the Fort DuPont riparian corridor. Now I noticed that it had the Fort DuPont riparian has all of its $2.5 million that was allocated. Can you speak to what's driving the slow spend?
Sure. So those projects are a little complicated to get spent down, but I'm going to let my Deputy Director for Natural Resources, Steve Sorry, talk about it since that falls in his house.
Yeah, stream restoration design is a very complicated effort, and it takes years of going through the design process, getting the permits done. We had this is actually on National Park Service land, so we have to follow NEPA compliance with them. Once we start construction, the construction happens very quickly. This is a large project, so this will take a little bit longer than our typical project. But this is not at all unusual that our projects take a couple of years to go through the design process, several years to go through design process. But when they go to construction, it's a relatively quick, like a year construction timeframe. And we spend down that funding quickly once we start construction.
And can you speak to what's your agency's plan to make sure that you guys utilize all of the funding for this project?
Well, so first off, a lot of the funding that is for this project is actually federal funds. It comes from clean water construction funds that come from EPA. And we absolutely will spend down that money because we don't want to see a loss of federal dollars coming to the district.
And how much do you think you guys will spend in FY 2027?
I have to get back to you on the exact amount. It depends on the timing of when we're able to start construction, but yeah, we will be starting construction and we'll be able to spend down significant chunks in this next year.
And when do you think the project will be delivered?
So I think there are 10 sections for this project. And we have it phased out over a couple years. I will have to get you what we're actually going to construct in the short time period in the next year, and what's going to happen in the longer term. So I can get that to you. I just don't know that right offhand.
And sir, just to add to that, these particular funds that were set aside, and Steve mentioned it earlier. So normally when we get these type of grants, what we do is we take that grant money and then that's put into a capital account because these projects take so long to go. And so these are just funds that were moved, that we received through operating in terms of capital, in terms of the grant itself, and then those funds are just transferred over into capital as like a pay-go. And then so there's several water construction grants that are in here. They're all designed the same way where we get the funds from the feds. We put them over there because we know it crosses fiscal years in terms of getting that work done.
Okay.
And they kind of sit there, unfortunately, until we get that work, but it takes quite a while to complete those projects. This one, like Steve said, was received. So the gentleman that works on this, Josh Birch, he's just constantly working to get these stream restorations up and running. They do take time, but again, we know the funding is there because it came from grant funds, didn't come from local funds or funds that were put in by the district into a capital.
Yeah, and I did get a message from Josh real time. So the 2.5 that you're seeing in the budget is, as you said, that's actually a National Fish and Wildlife Foundation grant that we are moving from operating into capital. So it's not district funds, it is a federal, or it's National Fish and Wildlife Foundation grant. And in terms of our budget, our timing for spending, we're going to spend about $5 million a year over the next 3 years.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm gonna shift gears to weatherization. Now I noticed the weatherization budget declined by approximately $4 million. These programs are essential to many families across Ward 7 who need support with various home repairs. Director, could you speak to, on average, how many residents receive funding from the weatherization program to date, and how many residents has the program served during FY 2026?
Okay, go ahead.
So that was the.
Go ahead.
So that was the $4 million that I spoke to you earlier about that was moved
Okay.
from the UAA into energy, $4 million in EATF funds. And you were asked about how many residents were served.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And so in FY25, it's showing 122 nonprofits. So for CREAC, I'm sorry.
I think that concludes my questions for this round. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director.
All right, sir.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilmember. All right, I'm gonna talk through a couple items, also BSA language. One is just a quick fact check, actually, because there's confused some folks here. When the mayor rolled out the budget presentation, I'm assuming she meant net zero when she said BEPS, when she talked about, and she said that BEPS was delaying the start of new construction. Because BEPS doesn't impact new construction. Perhaps we have concerns around net zero requirements, but I think she even tried to coin a term, buildings being BEP'd into not being built. But I believe she maybe meant net zero. BEPS does not stop
Correct.
new construction, correct? Just
Correct.
to fact check that
Want
one.
to add to that?
Other than this, I think that's accurate. We neither see the BEPS program affecting new construction, nor honestly do we hear from stakeholders, including developers, that is an
Yeah.
issue.
That echoes what I've heard as well. So far, if I'm correct, the maximum fine that's been issued so far is $1,000 for someone who's out of compliance with BEPS.
So we have issued, I think I can get this right, but I'm gonna look at my team to help. To be technically correct, we have not issued any fines related to the BEPS program yet. So
Yep.
we are near the end of the first cycle of BEPS. And once that cycle concludes, if a building owner did not meet their targets and didn't go through the process that, working with us on alternative measures and whatnot, then they could be fined or they could be assessed an alternative compliance payment for the BEPS program. I suspect that the $1,000, that level of a fine is related to our benchmarking program. So each year we obviously ask folks to benchmark, to tell us how much energy they've used for the previous year. And if you don't do that, we could come and say, hey, you haven't done your legal obligation in terms of telling us your energy use. And if they still don't do it, then we might issue them a fine.
Okay.
But those fines are typically quite small, on the
Right.
order of $1,000.
Yeah. And the other piece, a bit of fact checking, I saw like for the last couple of years, the mayor has opposed efforts to just kick BEPS kick the can down the road several years. We've rejected that each time. The BSA language regarding BEPS this time, I believe some media said, here she goes again. It's the exact same proposal to delay BEPS, when in fact, it's a much more targeted effort focused on future cycles of BEPS. I think that came through in our hearing that we had with the public witnesses too, but want to give you a chance to say, why is this different than what we've seen in previous years? We even had the BEPS task force come in this time and say, no, we think this is a targeted effort that seems reasonable and they would support it. So I want to have you help lay out, why is this different than what we've seen in previous attempts?
Sure. I think, but I do agree with you. I think it did come out in the hearing. I think Marshall, spoke about it precisely. But again, for our added benefit, I'm going to let Director Berger talk about that as well, since that's in his shop. But I do agree with what was said on Friday.
I'm going to start with something I don't like doing, but it was my own fault. So I do want to correct what I said. We've not issued alternative compliance payments, those kinds of the fines that we think of as, you didn't meet your BEPS target. But as my team has reminded me, we do have intermediate steps. So you have to tell us what your pathway is. And if you haven't done that, then we have issued in some cases. But again, those are small. Those are the kind of $1,000 level. So when I said there weren't fines for BEPS, that was not correct. But
the $1,000 is the maximum that we've seen so far.
I'm not going to say that $1,000 is the
I-
max, because I'm not getting another one, but we'll find out the number. But yeah, those fines are typically smaller. To your other question. So yes, we basically, I would say we agree with kind of the sentiments you heard at the hearing on Friday, which is we're fully supportive of this sort of shift in the start of the second compliance cycle. And I think one thing that's very important we think is very important is that the district completes the first cycle of BEPS. And, you know, some of the previously proposed changes would have altered sort of the timing of even completing that first cycle. This change doesn't do that. We still conclude the first cycle of BEPS this year. We reach that milestone. We get to step back and see how much progress we made. We get to learn from what we did. We get to learn from the experiences of the building owners. So that additional year between those two cycles sort of increases that opportunity for learning, reflection, and then developing any changes we want to make and roll out ahead of the second compliance cycle.
Okay, got it. Agreed. I think that was one of the big criticisms we also heard in previous years was delaying cycle one is also a bit unfair to many of the buildings and property owners that had already gone through the process. And you need to create a level playing field for cycle one. So what is proposed does appear to be a much more targeted version that is only impacting future cycles, does not mess with the cycle that we're in already. So it keeps that cycle consistent with the tweaks and changes we made collaboratively to get our first cycle of BEPS done. I think that's important. But in the mayor's BSA narrative on this, she stated DGS would have to spend over $340 million in capital improvements to meet the second BEPS cycle requirements. Is DGS making any of those investments now?
So our team the BEPS team has been working closely with DGS on their approach to compliance for BEPS, and we have talked with them, and I believe their plan is to look at sort of a multi-cycle compliance approach, which makes sense for large portfolio owners where, you know, you got a lot of buildings, they need to make a lot of progress. We don't currently have a finalized compliance pathway with DGS. So I can't tell you exactly, you know, in terms of an accepted pathway that everyone's agreed is kind of where they're headed or what progress to date they've made. I will say you'd have to talk to DGS about sort of the progress to date in terms of their portfolio of buildings.
Okay. And then related to BEPS, will the SETF allotment for BEPS support for affordable housing, would that be available with the cuts to SETF this year?
So through the Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator, we specifically support affordable housing buildings and their compliance with BEPS. That for the last couple of years, this year included, that program has been supported jointly by federal funds, the Inflation Reduction Act rebate funds, and then SETF. Again, at this point, based on what we see in the budget for next year, for FY27, we would still have federal funds that could be used to support those buildings. We don't currently have SETF funds that would be allocated to the Affordable Housing Retrofit Accelerator program.
Okay. All right, let me turn to the net zero BSA language. So among the revisions to DC code in this year's budget, there's yet again language that nixes net zero requirements. However, this year the council has been presented with a delay of requirements to ban the use of gas in new construction by 1 year. The mayor's proposed delay is not a wholesale repeal, but it's a delay. However, the city has had plenty of time to work on our building code and net zero requirements, so it's frustrating we're not ready to implement the laws that we've had on the books. Can you update us on why this delay is needed after the dissolution of the construction code CCCB? Just gonna use the acronym.
Right, the CCCB. Yeah, so the primary, the leader for construction code as a whole is DOB. We've worked closely with DOB trying to get this where it needs to be at. We'll continue to work closely with DOB, but it's hard for me to say exactly what the entire plan is because that's only one component of the overall construction code. So it's more of a DOB issue. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at with that one.
Okay. If the council were to accept this BSA language, how could you guarantee that we won't be right back here again next year having the same conversation, trying to delay again? How could I guarantee it would only be a targeted 1 year extension?
I would say again, it's a DOB question, but I believe in the conversations that we're having with DOB, that their focus is where it needs to be at for this 1 year. Again, I don't want to put words in their mouth, but I think there is a focus on them that they need to do this. And we will definitely be working with them as closely and as hard as we can to ensure that they do make that.
Okay. How would this apply? And what I'm getting at is if we were to create a 1-year extension, is that on permits pulled for construction or the construction itself to certificate of occupancy?
That's a very good question. And again, to me, it leans more towards the DOB side than us. Yeah.
And what I'm getting at is does the extension mean that if I were to get the planning for my building done and I get my permits applied for within this 1-year extension, I don't have to follow my net zero requirements, even if my construction is another year or so after that? Or is it tied to, by the time I get my C of O from DOB, I have to be.
I think I'm understanding the question, but I don't think it's a question that I can answer because that's more of a DOB, since the permit would be coming from them. They would be the ones that would have to say how they would want to apply that 1-year extension.
Okay. All right. I'll come back to that in a second. All right. Let me switch to third-party electricity supplier, BSA subtitle. All right. We heard a lot of people not happy at the hearing last week. This is the one thing that we actually did hear people say, okay, we like this idea. So we heard support from witnesses around this. The subtitle requires Public Service Commission to set a price cap for third-party suppliers of electricity and natural gas, requires standard contract terms to be published, prohibits early termination fees. I think you talked about that in your testimony. My understanding is it's a very serious issue that OPC and the OAG are tracking very closely as well. So this is a relatively technical and lengthy subtitle. Why is the executive choosing to take action on this and third-party energy suppliers now through the abbreviated process of the BSA rather than sending legislation to us?
So I'll give my short answer and I'll let Director Berger expound upon it. But the quickest way we can serve the residents, I think that's the priority for the mayor, is how quickly can we provide some kind of relief to residents? And so the path that is determined is that path. That's the driver for that path. But like you said, it is a lengthy and has some complications to it. And the Energy Administration is putting a lot of time and effort into pursuing the third party thing. So I'm gonna let Director Berger speak about that one since his team is highlighted it.
Thank you. But I think the director got it basically right. All I would add is that there's an urgency here, right? You all know you're getting a lot of questions about people's bills. We've diagnosed this issue, I think, fairly carefully and come up with some very thoughtful but effective changes that we think we can make in law. And I think what it boils down to from our perspective is every month that goes by, households are just paying more than they need to. So our analysis suggests that your kind of average low income household that we see coming through the agency for our benefit programs, if they're on a third party supplier, they're spending about $75 a month more than they would be if they simply reverted back to the PEPCO standard offer service, right? So there are thousands of those households in the district. Thousands of households times $75 a month just adds up. So every month that goes by is more money that those residents don't need to be paying. So our hope is just to get these changes enacted in the most expedient manner possible.
Okay. All right. That's helpful. Keeping in mind, we're in a bit of a uncertain space where we have the increased PEPCO rates are actively under litigation. We've had the Court of Appeals vacate and remand back to the PSC. The most recent PEPCO rate hike. Are there any other transparency and accountability measures that the department is recommending?
I mean, I think there's a lot we think that the district could do to improve outcomes for ratepayers across a variety of areas. But I mean, just in terms of transparency and accountability, one issue that comes up regularly is just residents not being able to understand their bills. You know, you look at a Pepco bill, and we've heard this from residents that come to our agency. We've heard this from other folks in the government, from our own team. You look at your Pepco bill, it's often not clear what you're paying for, where the money's going to, what all the lines and numbers mean. I know Pepco is conscious of this. They're working on a bill redesign right now. I think one thing we think would make sense would be to do a really thoughtful redesign of your bill, the Pepco bill, so that folks can ideally better understand what it is they're spending money on, and maybe have more empower them to take action to sort of cut down on their bills. There's certain things on that bill that your average household or small business can't do anything about directly, you know. But there are things on that bill that you can change, whether it's through the energy efficiency measures we talked about earlier when Ben was testifying, or through some of these structural changes like we're talking about with the third-party supplier market.
Okay. We'll look forward to working with you on this. Let me turn, I'm now gonna bridge my net zero with RFK. Director, can you give an update on DOEE's involvement in the planning and conversations with the commanders? And specifically, does this net zero extension proposed in the BSA, would that impact the new construction on the RFK campus?
So I'm going to bring up my chief of staff to talk about RFK since he's been the point person from the beginning for that. Yeah, so let's swap out.
We'll swap you out.
I was swap out, but I did want to just quickly respond on the FTE question. So I think you're looking at our FY26 vacancy information, not our FY27 vacancy information. That shows $2.2 million. But in FY27, so we're cutting 16 of the 20 FTEs that are there for that $2.2 million. FY27, we have 4 FTEs that are vacant that we are currently hiring for.
Okay. All right. We can follow up after the hearing too to make sure we're clear as to which fiscal year we're tied to there. Thanks, Steve.
So I'm gonna bring my chief of staff, Daniel Connor, up for the RFK. Before that, though, I did want to provide some clarity about the weatherization question that Councilmember Felder asked. This is my chief of staff for Deputy Director for Affordability Administration, Utility Affordability Administration. He can provide a little clarity on the weatherization question. Yep.
Yes, sir. You're adding context to what Councilor Felder had asked earlier.
Yes, sir.
Yes, absolutely. I believe there was I thought I was on it. Yes, we had initially given numbers related to the CREAC program, but I wanted to provide some direct numbers in terms of weatherization. So the total number of households that we served were 44 households with an average cost of roughly a little over $16,000 per household. In FY25 and 26, service delays reflected operational changes in securing contractors. We have since started the solicitation process to correct that. And I believe in terms of Q1 FY26, there were 72 weatherization applications that were denied. 13 were missing documents. Also, we had 6 pending and 38 waitlisted. In terms of Q2 for FY26, we had 70 weatherization applications. 13 were denied, 20 missing documents, and 9 pending. And lastly, we had 28 waitlisted that were eligible. So I just wanted to provide those for the record.
Excellent. I appreciate adding that for the record. We'll make sure Councilor Felder gets that. His staff may be watching the hearing online. We'll make sure we get that. Thank you.
All right, so now we can turn to Dan to provide an update on RFK and our involvement.
Could you repeat the question for me, Councilmember?
Yes. So one was please provide an update on DOE's involvement in the planning and conversations with the commanders on the site. And then specifically, does the net zero extension BSA subtitle impact development on this site? Meaning that would they no longer be required to follow the net zero law?
So I'll start with an update on our involvement. We are in very close contact with Brian Handlin, who is the executive manager for the RFK project. And as we updated at the oversight hearing this year, that everything is on the table with this project as they're trying to design the roadways, as they're trying to design the stadium, everything incorporated into that new development. They're trying to understand what the possibilities are and what they can do for day one operations at the site. How much stormwater can be managed on the site. We actually see this as a positive benefit on the site because right now, a lot of the stormwater that is going into the RFK parking lot is going directly into the river. So looking at what are the stormwater requirements and opportunities on the site, how do we keep some of the stormwater going into it? Also the same realm around energy. What are the opportunities around using batteries at the site, shaving peak demand? What is the equation that is needed to meet day one operations and opening the stadium at in 2030? So everything that I have seen from Brian Hanlon and his team, the commanders, they're discussing about what the possibilities are right now. They're still designing what systems will go in there to meet whatever calculations they have to meet, but everything is on the table right now. So with that, I'm just trying to assure everyone that they are trying to work towards this as fast as they can and seeing what the possibilities and opportunities are here. My understanding is that the net zero requirement, everyone is trying to understand what that means right now. What are the systems? What do they need to design to try to work towards that goal, right? What is going to be possible at the site? As far as the impact of the BSA piece of this, I would assume that the delay itself would have an impact on all projects in the district, right? So to answer your question is they're still trying to understand what the possibilities are here on the site and what can be accomplished with everything on the table.
And just so that I can add, because to be getting some information in, anything built in the district subject to all the construction code is subject to all of the construction code in effect at the time of the application for permits. So that's how it would be applied, is based on when the application for permit was issued. That's when that's the construction code that's in effect.
That's my understanding as well. So thank you. When we were having the debate on RFK about a year ago, I had asked a specific question, which was, will the net zero laws apply to the construction of buildings on this site? And the answer said back to me was yes. Not, oh, we're going to explore it. All options are on the table. It was a yes. So this delay of a year, and I agree with what you're being told, it impacts when your application goes in, is a way to escape the net zero requirements on the RFK campus. Can't support that. That was a commitment made. That's exactly what we talked about a year ago, that was what we are focused on. So I think that appropriately, a lot of conversations going into what are the different ways we can do stormwater management on the site. Agree with 100%. Oceans of asphalt next to a river that are just dumping stormwater into our river is bad, and there's a huge opportunity there to capture stormwater. The energy on site, and I think there's some really exciting things that could be done with battery storage on site to help offload that peak demand. I think there's some really exciting things that can be done there, and I'm glad to hear that's part of the conversation. But I do want to be clear, a net zero extension that essentially walks back and undermines the commitment around what we want to do at RFK campus is something I cannot support. The other element that I wanted to ask about, the deal requires, it says we have a commitment, or sorry, the deal requires LEED Platinum version 4. At a recent public event, a commander staffer mentioned in this public meeting that there would be gas infrastructure at the RFK site and said, we're only, quote, committed to a goal of LEED Platinum Backup generators are the only gas infrastructure that's permitted at the stadium under LEED Platinum version 4, which requires carbon and methane emissions to equal 0. What and how are we, the district, pushing to achieve our commitment and our goal of LEED Platinum version 4, not letting them drive the conversation, but what we want out of it?
So I think that, well, one of the things that Brian Hanlon and his team have done is they have a comprehensive energy RFP that is out on the street. I think it's actually closed now. That the winning bidder will come into this and propose a whole network of energy solutions for the site itself. So it is supposed to look at the campus itself, what is supposed to be done for day one operations and what can be done for that, and then how that interacts with the future development at the site as well for the future phases of that when it comes online. So really trying to dive down into this and understand, as I mentioned earlier, what is possible, what does that puzzle look like, and how do they put all of these pieces together, whether that is battery, whether that is gas, whatever it is that they're looking at the variables to meet the energy needs on the site and looking at that from a phased approach about what they need on day one operations, and then what are the future uses, and then what are the energy solutions around that.
And just to add to that, sir, I know there was a meeting either last week or the week before about LEED status. So that is currently being in discussions. I don't think in terms of what we're looking at, we're not, backing down from whatever was proposed. That's still in play. Which is why those conversations have actually started around LEED. So, not sure what was said at those meetings, but I know we're actively engaged with them, Hanlon's team and everyone else with regards to the LEED status, because that was something that was discussed early on. So we're staying on top of that.
Okay. I just want to be crystal clear. It's not just a discussion. It's literally written into the deal.
Correct. That's why we're like,
And as the Department of Energy and Environment, I don't think DOB is going to be the one who's going to be pushing the envelope to say how hard can we make sure we meet again, it's the terms of the deal. So DOEE has to be the one at the table to say, these are the terms of the deal.
Absolutely.
This is what we're pushing for. Because if you're not doing it, I don't see anybody else who's going to push it.
I think, and I believe that's our, that is our posture. That is our posture. That's why we have one single point for the project, to make sure all the responsibilities and requirements that are there and that we're required to assure happen is being put in front.
Okay. All right. I have a couple of capital budget questions and then we'll try to wrap ourselves up. So Clean Water Construction Management Project has an unspent balance about $36 million for FY26. Another 7.6 million is being added to the 5.5 million already budgeted for FY27, making the total for FY27 about 13 million and the total funding over the CIP at $49 million. You can talk about the status of these projects to improve the district waterways and the Chesapeake Bay specific capital projects. I think this represents a healthy amount of the increase we're seeing in the capital budget.
This was for Clean Water
Construction Management Project.
So thanks, Daniel. We'll bring Steve back up so he can talk about the Clean Water Construction, since it's again under his shop. It's very similar to the when we just talked about the stream restoration, falls in that same category, but Steve can provide the details.
Welcome back.
Thank you. So the question is the increase in the clean water construction funds. So we have had an increase in the allotment from EPA that is part of the bipartisan infrastructure law. And this is I think this will be the last year of those funds that will come in. And then after that, we'll be back to a more normal funding level for it. Is there something specific?
So yes. So we have the 36 million in FY26 and the increase in FY27 takes it up to the 13 million. So total of about 49 million in the CIP over those 2 fiscal years. So the question is, what's the status of those projects?
Okay, so there's, there are a lot of different projects that are funded by this. A lot of it goes to sister agencies, including Department of Transportation for green infrastructure that they install in their right of way. A lot of that are also our stream restoration projects that we're talking about. These are rolling funds that we have about 5 years to spend down. And we always spend down that funding.
But that's for the construction of the new sites, right?
Yes, well, it's also design. It can be design, but
Design and
if we
construction.
do design, then we have to construct. Yeah.
But it's not for management of that stormwater.
No, we are not using, paying for staff's salary out of this or anything along that lines. Or no, we can't pay for
don't
the
think anybody
maintenance,
is, 'cause we don't
no,
need to maintain it.
specifically, yeah, it's specifically forbidden to use these, funds for
Man.
maintenance
Yeah.
purposes.
It's the right thing to do to be designing and building them. On the other side of the shop, nobody's managing them. And so we're not managing the sites we build well,
Yes.
which they need to go together.
100% agree.
All right, the other big increase is with the hazardous material remediation. It's got 18.5 million in FY 26, set to receive an additional 28.5 million over the next 3 fiscal years. Project is obviously analyze the sediments in the entire estuary of the Anacostia, develop a cleanup remedy. Can you give us an update on this project?
Yes, sir. So this is the account that right now, the Pepco settlement dollars are going to, so that's why you see the increase over the next 3 years. Due to that 11.75 that'll come in this year, and I think 2 more years after this. Again, those funds are being used for the settlement project itself, but they're also the funds that were already there will be used for work at Poplar Point to complete work in regard to the remedial investigation and feasibility study at Poplar Point, and then the work that'll be done to finally allow Kenilworth Park to finally be received. We have to complete that remediation work. That's more of a capping process at Kenilworth, but we do need to do some additional groundwater testing just to make sure. There was a couple of areas that were in question, so we're working with National Park Service for that. The work at Poplar Point with, again, in conjunction with National Park Service is coming up to where we're almost done with that remedial investigation. Again, that is being headed up by DEMPED, but we've been providing the environmental support for that project for them. Those are the primary 3 projects that are coming out of HMR, HMC. Yeah, those are the biggest 3 coming out of HMR, HMC, and kind of how those funds will be allocated in the next 2 to 3 years.
Okay. And that's separate from our Anacostia River sediment.
Well, that's one of the 3. So Anacostia
is
River
included, okay.
Sediment, Kenilworth, and Poplar Point.
All right.
Or
In
the
our
big 4.
oversight hearing, we had a good conversation about, you said, laydown process is coming soon, any minute now. Where
I didn't say any minute because the laydown area is a thorn. But
it's two different sites, right? Do I understand correctly? There's like the laydown of the clean.
it's the
and
laydown of the
dirty.
right. Well, place to locate the clean, which working with Steve's team, we may have a solution there using acreage from one of the storm sites. It may allow for space to actually put clean material that could be used for sediment project, and then other things, but it's a clean area and it's large, about 6 or 7 acres. The laydown area for the sediment itself, again, right now after multiple discussions, we're still back at the maintenance yard as the location. We're in discussions now with Park Service on what it would take for us to actually use that park or the maintenance yard itself. They've given us kind of what their requirements are for us to use the site because it will require some tree removal, clearing the site out to allow for this. It has the space, but there's a lot of clutter there or debris, buildings, those kind of things. That stuff needs to be removed. So we're in active discussions now to see what a final price tag for actually staging the site just to receive the sediment looks like. But it looks like we're going to have to settle in on the maintenance yard at this time and just work out the final details with NPS that will allow us to use that maintenance yards. But not the ideal situation, but it seems to be the only avenue we have left. And so we're just going to go ahead and pursue it. and
All
see what we
right.
could do.
What does that, from a timeline perspective, look like to get the National Park Service to make a decision on the site?
Well, so we had made, there's a cost associated with actually setting the site up. Was trying to look to get some, hey, can we meet in the middle somewhere in terms of a cost? Of course, no, you guys gonna pay it. So we'll pay it. So we have a quote now for actually doing the work. Going to submit that quote and basically show NPS how we're going to do that. Once we have that cleared, then we can move forward. All that should happen within this fiscal year. So although we have planned on being in the water itself, I think if we can get the site staged up, we'll make it past spawning season and we could be able to get in the water. We still have some permitting issues that need to be resolved with Army Corps, and NOAA's involved in the permitting, NPS and EPA. So we've had several discussions with them regarding not the remediation, but the restoration in terms of if we're doing the remediation, dredging and those things, how are we going to, reinstall the plant life and those kind of things that are disrupted. So that's part of that permitting process. So we've had about 2 or 3 meetings with them to try to get some headway there. We've submitted our comments, our plans to Army Corps, and we've had a meeting with NOAA and Army Corps and one other agency. We have not met with EPA, but we're just waiting now to get their comments back on our permit submission. And then so once we have the permit, once we have laid down, we're ready to go. I don't see that happening now until probably the winter or sometime after the like I said, the spawning season now. So we'll be looking at late fall to
Late fall 2026 or late fall 2027?
late fall of 2026. So I'm looking at that October, November timeframe. I just want to get a boat in the water. At this point, it's just been too long. It's been since 2013 we started
Oh, I
this.
know, I
So
know.
give me something. Just want something in the water that's actually taking stuff out of the water. So that's what I'm looking for, but still on track to get that part done. Contract issue was resolved, and so all 3 of those components, the permit, the laydown area, and the contract are all moving in the right direction, but I'd still look for something to happen late this year.
Okay. Later this year, meaning we actually start in the river, or something this year means the next stage of permitting?
I think tearing down and getting that staged area set up the way where, because once we stage it, we still gotta get NPS is kind of like approval that, yep, the site is where it needs to be at for you to actually start putting sediment on the ground here.
Yep.
So that's what I'm looking to get done this fiscal year.
Got it. Okay. All right. As always on that one, if we can help collaborate or support, happy to do it, because I know you're anxious to get it going. I think we all are. And if there's ways that we can try to help have a shared messaging to the National Park Service and others, let me know. I can be helpful in that.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. At this time, I don't have any other questions. I know that we will have more follow-up with you and your team in the weeks to come. I want to appreciate you being here today. I want to thank our government witnesses for testifying today. I want to look forward again to figure out how do we help fill and patch and fix the holes in the budget. Before we wrap, I also want to reiterate the agency is staffed, I know, by a lot of dedicated, incredibly skilled folks that are working hard. I feel like, unfortunately, I've had to say this a couple of times in hearings. My frustration at what you are being given is with the decisions that I do believe rest above the department. And I think it's asking our staff to continue to try to do more and more with less and less at a time when we need more and more out of all of you. So to the staff, I appreciate that. I hope you felt that reflected as well from the public witnesses who were deeply angry with the budget they saw that I think is deficient for what our city needs. But I also heard them repeatedly praise different staff members, praise work that's happening by the department. So I hope your team hears that as well. And I know it puts you in a tough spot from time to time. So I want to appreciate the testimony and the work that we've got ahead. This is going to conclude the 5th budget oversight hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment on the mayor's FY27 proposed budget for the Department of Energy and Environment and the DC Sustainable Energy Utility. Again, for any witnesses who wanted to add testimony, you can submit written testimony to us up until May 15th. The next hearing of the committee will be this Friday, May 8th at 11 a.m. when the committee will hold the public and government witness portion of its budget oversight hearing for the Green Finance Authority. There being no further business for the committee, the time is now 1:25 p.m. and this budget oversight hearing of the Committee on Transportation and the Environment is now adjourned. Thank you, everybody.